Hello, hello, and welcome to the premiere of the Undertale All Major Endings TAS. This is a pretty long project that we've been working on. Very long TAS, and we have 4 of the 5 TASers here right now. So let's introduce ourselves. I'm Ocean Bagel.
I'm Blue Mushroom.
I'm Chair.
I'm Full.
And the 5th one...
And 5Us is not here.
Yeah, Dude 5 may join at some point later, but for now, we are here. And so the plan for today, we will be going through the full TAS and sort of having a casual conversation about it, our reactions to everything we've made here. So real quick, we have the splits on the left side, and the KPS, TBPS. For those not familiar, that's keys per second, text boxes per second, for text mashing. You may see at some point the KPS will wrap over to 99 and then up to 100, and the third digit just isn't shown, so just so you know. And then below that is the keyboard inputs. So that is what we have for today, so without further ado, let's get started. All right. So we got H.
Selected the fastest name, of course. It doesn't matter for RTA timing, but for TAS timing, it saves a couple of frames.
Yeah. It was funny how long it took us to figure that out, but H, yeah. I think it's 1 frame faster than A.
Oh, it's just 1 frame.
1 or 2 frames, I don't remember.
That's amazing.
It's got 1 frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting off here in the Geno branch. Gonna be doing Papyrus Ending, then Alphys Ending, and then the Genocide Ending. Yeah,
so I guess we can explain a bit more about the category. So Undertale All Major Endings is... well, originally it was called All Endings, and had a few different endings, but for now, it's called All Major Endings, and the basic requirement is to complete 10 total endings, 1 of each major branch of the various endings. So you have True Pacifist, you have Genocide, and then the other 8 are all branches of the neutral ending. And they have different requirements to hit each one, and so you'll see us do different things throughout the task. A lot of very clever routing. Chair was the one who drove a lot of that.
I mean, I made 1 contribution to the routing in the form of moving Papyrus to the Genocide branch. This route has basically existed in its current form for a very long time, and I came in and made that 1 change. I think right around the time we were first starting. Yeah, it would have been, because that change actually made us redo a whole bunch of work.
I think you're also responsible for the current All Major Endings world record, because we had to bully Shay into doing a run with the same route as the TAS.
We did, that's true. So I should get shared credit. No, not really. Shay did all the work.
Yeah, but a lot of it is...
We didn't even make a split comparison.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to compare between TAS and RTA, even for... especially for long runs like this. I mean, I had a comparison for the neutral TAS because it was a lot of the same routing. And actually, some of that comparison was just very close to the RTA record, just because top runners of Undertale are so good at optimizing things.
Yeah, but we would not have that here because there are a couple of tricks that are not worth it, that save a bunch of time, but that no one's going for in a 4-hour run.
Yeah.
Yeah, the route kind of is not really comparable, so we just went with our own splits here.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah, I wouldn't put anything past Link. One of these days, he's gonna do an AME with early burnt pan in it.
Move all the risky strats.
This Ruins kill routing was actually discovered by 5Us for this task. It's a little bit different. I don't remember all the details, but What it
kills
comes-
4 Whimsins first half, and then 16 in the form of 8 Frogget Whimsins.
Right, yeah, and it can do that because it has the monster candy. So it was 5Us who realized it was faster to go out of your way to get monster candies for this route.
Yeah. And all of the Geno segments were tasked by 5Us, so it's a little bit unfortunate that he may only be coming in at the end since they're at the beginning. But yeah, I'll try and talk about as much of the stuff as I know, and the rest of the TASers will as well.
Yeah, we'll try, but 5Us is a freaking genius, especially when it comes to this Geno stuff, so a lot of us have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of clever RNG manipulation in there to get the right encounters. I just saw an item there. I assumed that was the monster candy, but that also
was indeed.
changes RNG, so that's part of it.
Throughout this task, there's actually quite a bit of RNG manipulation that will be, like, invisible if you don't know to look for it.
Yeah. And a lot of it is done in such a way that it doesn't even lose time. But, sometimes, like with this, that's not exactly possible.
Yeah,
Manipulate it all from the start, honestly.
yeah.
That would
It's
be-
You just do it all in start time.
yeah. It's basically you have a few levers you can pull to change RNG, and then you have different events that pull from it. But you have to have more levers than there are events, or else you lose control of RNG and can't really get optimal RNG for everything. So a lot of task strats aren't actually saving time in the game, but there are things like this, where you get text on the screen, and depending on how you have the text on the screen, you change RNG. And it doesn't directly save time, but it indirectly allows you to have more options for RNG.
Well, in that case, I believe it does save time, because I think he uses it to wrong warp off of the battle starting, so I think it saves
Yeah.
time there.
Yeah, that's true. But in general, just having different options for text adds more options for RNG, even if it doesn't necessarily save time.
Yeah, you'll see a part up ahead where I had to manipulate, like, a whole bunch of stuff in a row, and I did it all off of the seagrass cutscene. So that will look
Yeah.
pretty wild.
Fishiest asks if it will be on YouTube. This version of the task without the commentary that we are watching right now will be on YouTube immediately after the premiere, and then we will also upload the version with our commentary at some point.
Yeah, that'll hopefully be later today. That's what I'm planning.
Oh, really? Okay.
And then at some point, eventually we'll have a version that has frame counts on the screen. Makes it easier to track the tasking.
He put spinner stunning in Undertale.
That's good. I love that.
So another thing, as for RNG, that we'll see in a bit, but it was kind of my main contribution to this, in a way, is actually stitching together the different segments. So we have 5 people here, and we've each done parts of the task. And what we did was we had individual tasks for different segments. And then at the end, my job was to take them all and stitch them together. And that's harder than it sounds. It took quite a bit of coding to actually get to a point where we had tools to do that. And when we started this task, it actually wasn't even known to be possible yet.
But it was
Yeah,
worked by...
Fast, it's just waiting for Ocean Bagel to make the stitching tool.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we were done with the actual segments, like, almost a year ago, I think.
Yeah, it was... I thought it would
It
not
turns
take
out-
as long as it did. Turns out it's hard.
Yeah.
Was it Issue or Collinator who made the discovery that allowed us to do that in the first place? I
I
don't
believe it
remember.
was Collinator that, he
Yeah.
discovered that there are only like 65,000 seeds.
Yeah.
So it's reasonable to just, sort of manipulate which microsecond you load the game on to get the correct seed.
Yeah, that was without that it would have been effectively impossible. I mean, depending on how you look at it, if you can wait like an hour, then you can get to the same seed, but we don't have time for that. So it took it down to an order of milliseconds for even microseconds for some of these.
Yeah, I think you said it. We in total lose about 2 seconds over the course of the entire run waiting for RNG, which is a very small number.
Relatively, yeah. So it's actually an unfortunate lineup of the mathematics where the longer you go, the more spread out the matching seeds are. So at first we hardly lost any time, but then near the end there are a few reloads that took a few frames.
This is bad news for the true hundo TAS.
Yes.
God. No, we'll just do that one all straight ahead, like without the segmenting tech.
Oh, true.
Just do it in one sitting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Need a lot of coffee for that.
Yeah, and that is a good point. I mean, we could have done this all in one single task. The problem with that is it's harder to work in parallel like that. If we wanted to make a change in this segment right here, we would have had to redo everything that comes afterwards if it was all together. Unless you sync up RNG again, which then you're just back to where we started. You have to do the same thing as you would if you were stitching it together. So being able to work in parallel was a huge benefit that definitely helped improve the quality of this.
So you can see on screen right now, this trick, it's one of those tricks that makes it hard to compare to world record, because that's a 1 in 30 chance to get the trick that 5U's just got, where you can get encounters during this cutscene. So that's an example of one of the strats that just makes it impossible to compare, because no one's resetting for 1 in 30 in a 4-hour category.
Right. Additionally, you see a lot of the text takes a while to get mashed. That is actually still a 0 frame minute, because as long as you don't get an extra encounter in the room, you're not losing time.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's really cool.
Yeah. And so it saves the amount of time it takes to grind all of these encounters. Roughly.
Yeah, you would have had to grind them
anyway.
anyway.
Getting doubles.
You would have had to grind them anyway, but doing it during the cutscene lets you use that time for something more useful than just waiting. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a solid trigger, so you can't actually get past it until the end of the cutscene anyway.
Correct,
Yeah.
Thank you, Fishiest, for giving Bagel some of Jeff Bezos' money.
I do appreciate it. I'm probably not going to be calling it out throughout the run, but... Oh my gosh, is that GS for Burber Warp?
No way.
Named, of course, after the GS for Burber word on the crossword puzzle. Or sorry, the Junior Jumble puzzle. Or is it Junior Jumble? No, it's a word search.
Yeah, it's a word search.
Isn't the word search called Junior Jumble, though?
No, Junior Jumble is what Papyrus suggests using instead of the word search.
Oh, yeah. And then
Oh.
Sans wants a crossword.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Junior Jumble is harder, though. Crosswords, those are easy.
Just fill it with Z's.
Yeah, just mash Z. Gotta love the TAS movement. You have nothing else to do? TAS movement.
Yeah, I didn't do that in my segments, so you can tell it's my segments because they're boring.
I think there was one of them that I did a little work in one of your segments, and I think I added a little funny movement.
You did 4-cycle.
Yeah, but there was another one
Spoilers.
where
Oh, okay.
a new home desynced, and so I was redoing it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I still don't know what caused that, and I don't know that I have any of my task files anymore. I can look for them though, but I don't know what caused that.
Yeah.
Good question. There are some weird things that happen sometimes. I've tasked a segment and then gone back and desyncs. It's what we're doing to the game to actually get this to work is a bit complex, you could say.
Yeah. And there's a lot of stuff that like if you're using like a mod to make tasking easier, it can like desync where the frames sort of are offset a little bit. It can cause like a text box to be on screen for a different amount of time, and then everything else just syncs until RNG is different.
Yeah, we try to make our mods lag friendly because like it doesn't even have to actually lag the game. It just has to lag the code a little bit, and then eventually it'll be
right.
I don't know who it was, but I think there was one TASer who used a mod that ended up having a really bad desync, and his entire work was basically useless because of it, because it didn't sync on the main game.
I think Issue did a little bit of that. Issue has a pretty extensive task mod. And yeah, unfortunately, if you do your whole task on a task mod, it'll cause desyncs.
Yeah. You have to make sure to regularly test your tasks on vanilla.
And sometimes it doesn't really matter. Like I know Issue does proof of concept passes, and on those you really don't need it to be vanilla as long as it's equivalent. Gotta love left side strats. So if you're not familiar with
Note in
Undertale,
left game.
the left side there has a faster room transition than the right side. So that's why we went to the left there, and that's also why you'd see it in RTA Geno runs. And it actually adds up. If you're over there for multiple different room transitions, it can get to be like a second or more during a run. So
And you end up
Yeah, I think the maximum amount of time it saves is 30 frames.
Oh, exactly 30.
Yeah.
And you end up not even losing any time because you're grinding for an encounter while you walk over there.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you do it right, at least.
Alright, so here's the first instance of AME route funnies. What we did there was we saved, and now we're going to go abort the genocide route to get the Papyrus ending. But then when we reload, we'll be back in Snowden and back on the genocide path. So that'll let us get the genocide ending without having to start over.
Don't forget the 2 frames we saved from that igloo walk.
Very important.
Very important.
And here is the first instance of blue attack manipulation.
Yeah, that's another example of like where you wouldn't think that this game has as much RNG as it does. Like the amount of time that attack lasts is random, so we had to use the igloo text back there to manipulate that.
Undertale is a 2D role-playing video game.
Also of
Indeed
note
it is.
that we are currently manipulating Papyrus's the tough glove attacks, how much damage they do, so that we can do the exact right amount of damage to Papyrus for an attack skip.
Yeah, so the way the turns at the end of Papyrus's fight work is once you get down to, I believe, 140 HP, he does the special attack, and then the dog eats the special attack, and then what is it? Is it 80 for the really cool regular attack?
Ah, good question. I don't remember. I know we have it somewhere in our Discord.
It is possible with a perfect damage roll to completely skip the special attack.
Only in this particular case, though. So later on, we'll have to do the special attack because we just can't do enough damage to skip it.
Right, yeah, because the next time we'll be on, like, level 6 or whatever. Right, I think it's level 5.
Yeah, it would be.
Also, getting down to 1 HP and not getting captured.
Yeah, so that's a funny thing. I found that a little while ago too. It's you don't actually get captured at 1 HP. You get captured if your HP goes to 0 or below, and then you get 1 more HP after that happens. So it's
that strat saves 10 hours.
True.
I think the distinction actually does matter in this obscure category, all monster deaths on category extensions. Or at least it can matter. I think that one also combines the lost souls as the same. But I believe dying to Papyrus would also count reaching 0 HP in this fight. But not 1 HP because you don't die.
By the way, that trick with the soul leaving the box, I don't actually know how to do that. I just kind of mash keys until it works.
That's a funny one. It's a pretty old trick. One that's a bit lesser known is if you're on the left side there, you can actually get the game to crash.
Oh, that's cool.
I did not know that.
I did not know that. Jinx.
Okay, so now we're into the segment that Blue Mushroom 64 tasked, and then I was supposed to copy over the inputs whenever dude redid the Geno section, but I didn't. I just redid it, which was my mistake. So in spirit, this part was done by Blue Mushroom 64, even if it ended up being my inputs.
Yeah, obviously.
So one,
Nice Gias Cleft Rubber Goblin Warp.
Heck yeah, I love Gia's Rubber Goblin Warps.
So one thing you might have had questions about in the route is why we left at Papyrus with only 13 kills instead of doing the Genocide Papyrus fight where you can spare him instantly. And the reason for that is because actually if you exhaust the Snowden kill count, then for whatever reason, the Waterfall Nice Cream Man doesn't show up. So just an example of Toby Fox programming. This is one of the few RNG related segments that we don't actually manipulate because it's just difficult. Since we also had to manipulate the Washawood encounter before, manipulating these spears just becomes too annoying. And you'll usually only lose like 1 to 2 frames from it, so we just don't bother.
Yeah, I only.
It's not necessarily that you don't bother, it's just not, like, worth it or necessarily possible.
Yeah. There is a tool I had been working on for a while that's not quite ready to be used for this, but eventually will hopefully be used for something like Spears 1. That it works kind of like an RNG search tool. But maybe in the future we'll have that. But for now, yeah, it's just not worth it to try to get RNG that works for those 2 previous encounters and then also Spears 1. Like I was saying before, you just don't have enough levers to pull for controlling all of those events there.
You can do some manipulation in between Aaron and Washua. So really it just comes down to getting the Washua and the Spears 1. It's not necessarily as big of a deal with the Aaron since you can RNG manip in between.
Yeah, true.
So coming up, we're about to get the most important item in the game.
Gaster, of course.
No Gaster this time. We thought about it, but it wouldn't be worth the time save for the funny.
Yeah, too much time save. It's a problem.
So I don't know that we necessarily want to go into detail about why the punch card is so busted, but it is incredibly powerful. It lets us skip a whole bunch of cutscenes, lets us warp to the center of rooms, all sorts of fancy stuff.
Yeah, so a high-level explanation I can give real quick. For those not familiar with Undertale speedrunning, punch card allows you to move in cases where you're not supposed to move. So by opening the punch card, you can get something to happen in the game, and then by closing the punch card, you can move during that thing. So that can be a cutscene, a room transition, or pretty much anything you want. You can even be interacting with a sign, and then you gain movement after interacting with the sign, which that's how you see floating text. We saw that earlier in the TAS in a couple different places, but you can do it real easily with the punch card, just like that. So it's heavily used throughout all of Undertale, both RTA and TASes. So
and of course the TAS gonna do this.
Punch card equals magic item that lets you move whenever you want.
Yeah, pretty much.
And of course, it's not the only way to perform glitches, but it's definitely almost always the faster way if you have access to it.
Faster and more reliable, and just works in more cases.
Yeah. And speaking of the punch card, where's Geno punch card?
So about that, we think it could maybe be faster, but probably not. So we haven't worked it out yet, especially with how complex it is and hard to pass. I have a route for it sitting around, but none of us have really had the motivation to go through and make this task. It does end up saving a bunch of time, but then a lot of that time save is canceled out by the fact that you can't do Mad Dummy Skip because of version differences.
Yeah, so Geno punch card is just on 1.0, so yeah.
Right, and Mad Dummy Skip is only on the Linux version of 1.001, so we can't do both. And we're not sure, but we think that the Mad Dummy time save is just a little bit faster than the Geno punch card time save.
Unfortunate. Yeah,
So
so normally
to,
without... sorry,
go ahead.
I was going to say normally without the without additional glitches, it's impossible to get the punch card in Geno, but through some very complicated, clever magic, we can get it to happen.
Coming up here to 4-cycle Mad Dummy, which is... We made Ocean do this a few times.
Yeah, it's my specialty. So I think a couple other people have done this before, but I've probably done it the most times. This is a strat that I worked out in the neutral ending TAS before we found Mad Dummy Skip, and it didn't make it into that TAS because, of course, just skip it, right? Mad Dummy skips Mad Dummy. So
Obviously.
Didn't get to show it off in that, but here we finally get to show it off, and it's actually a pretty cool strat. I even found an extra little bit of time save in here that you'll get to see in a second, but the main thing behind 4-cycle is that you have to hit a very high number of bullets, and because the bullets can be shot from a random position, it is very heavy on RNG minute, and so it kind of requires some tools to even find possible seeds. That attack that just happened, that's probably the hardest one, just because the positions have to be so tight there.
How long did it take you to manipulate?
This right here is the new discovery where you can actually attack Mad Dummy there to skip the text. How long it took me? It probably I want to say like 20 hours total. It was a solid few days of just working on this. The way it generally works, it's roughly 1 in 10,000 RNG is my very rough estimate, but basically what we do is export a list of RNG calls in the order they can go in the game. And I'm looking for RNG calls that are within a specific range for that one attack I said was the hardest. And finding long runs of those attacks, and then trying those out in the game. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I move on to the next one. And So the first one might not work. The second one might not work. I think it probably took me like 6 or 7 of them. And you can't just jump into it either. You have to actually reach that through RNG manipulation, which itself isn't very straightforward because there is RNG on the RNG right before this, where there is some RNG to how many RNG calls will be called. So...
Very simple.
Object underscore Rainer is the bane of our existence.
Yeah, and here we're setting up for something called early burnt pan, which we've mentioned earlier, but you can get the burnt pan earlier than early burnt pan. That's why it's called that. So you get the burnt pan right there. Susan Deltarune, heck yeah.
So the reason why we had to do Force Cycle in this case is because in order for Mad Dummy Skip to even remotely save time, you need to save in that trash pile room, and we can't do that because we're holding on to a save from earlier.
Yeah, so in theory we could do the same thing as Mad Dummy Skip. Problem is, it'll bring us back to the autosave, which is before Spears 1. So if we were to do that, I mean, sure, we'll skip Mad Dummy, but we'll be set back further such that we actually lose a bunch of time doing that.
I have to do basically the entire the Spears 1 to Spears 2 section again.
Could be worth it in some rare cases, but not in our case.
So this is what I was talking about earlier with the RNG manipulation. You'll see me open and close a text box a whole bunch of times. And what I'm actually doing is I'm manipulating it so that every hit I get on Undyne in the Undyne fight is perfect, and every attack that she throws at me is as short as possible. I didn't actually manipulate everything there is to manipulate in this fight. I could have manipulated the very last burnt pan attack to take less time, but I didn't because I didn't feel like it, and it would have saved like 1 frame. And also because I couldn't get my script to work with it.
Shoutouts to Svul PCA, or Special PCA. That's a strat there for...
TAS Undyne.
A strap that I led to the discovery of by being very bad at the game.
Yeah, it was a really interesting new mechanic we found. Really. Well, not technically, but I mean, functionally it was a new mechanic where you can gain movement on entering a room without any fancy punch card stuff in the new room.
It's if you have text up that when that text ends, you get your movement back, right?
Yeah, normally we interpret that as you get movement if you close the text, but you don't even have to close the text. If you go to the next room and the text isn't there, you still get movement, even though you didn't close it yourself.
Yeah, it's basically because the game is waiting to close the menu until the text closes.
Yeah.
So the text isn't there in the next room, so it must close your menu.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not as useful as it sounds, because execution order means that some events lock movement after this happens, but occasionally there is a use for it where it actually does give you movement where otherwise you would not have it.
Okay, this next attack is the one where I lost maybe a frame. Theoretically, there were better patterns that could have caused me to do 19 damage in less time. And then this part is all a cutscene, so it's entirely just mashing at the right time. So it's very, very boring to TAS.
Just copy and paste like Z enter, Z enter.
I think 5U's had a script. I don't know if that's for sure the case. I know they had a script for the in one of the meme TASes, they were holding down escape the entire time. They're releasing it just in time. So you see the escape text on the screen the whole TAS, but that was definitely done with a script. But I think I usually just copy paste Z and enter, and then select the part I copied and pasted, and then copy and paste it again, and keep doing that over and over.
So yeah, that whole part is a cutscene, so it doesn't matter what you do there. It's all gonna be the same.
This is probably the saddest death in all of the game right here.
I disagree. How about the New Game Plus Asgore death
Oh,
if
yeah.
Flowey's gone and if you spare him?
Yeah, that one might actually be worse.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
A lot of people don't even know about that, but yeah, it's that's one of Undertale's darker moments right there.
Get very used to this room and this room. We visit
Yeah.
them 30 and 33 times respectively, so get very used to them.
Forward-facing Frisk there. And that actually happens on both the Linux version and the Mac version. It just does that by default. Even the Windows version, though, it's a failsafe for if you have a bunch of lag in that room. It'll automatically switch over to that, so it doesn't actually track your movement anymore. It's just a forward-facing picture. And for whatever reason, they decided that Mac and Linux just has that by default.
Because they don't like Linux users.
Exactly.
Obviously.
So you notice we didn't have to pick up the burnt pan there. So we do a little faster strat there.
Another notable strat here that I found is called late early burnt pan. Wait, that's not here. Never mind. Forget I said anything until the Metatron ending. I'll talk about it more then.
You may notice that the TAS did not do New Fast East West. That is because it was found after we tasked this, and we couldn't sync up the RNG. It just, the text boxes didn't work out for it.
Yeah, it happens. You may also notice that we did not do Beowulf skip. So normally in RTA runs, you'd see people run into those lasers at 1 HP. It might not work in this case, and it probably, if we...
Yeah,
I don't
that's
remember
why
our
I
HP,
discovered it. That's I think why I discovered it is because it took way too long to get Frisk down to 1 HP. That's why I was able to find out. Okay, so the story goes that there's a skip called Serious Skip. It saves time. You have to do Beowulf Skip in order for it to be worth it. Beowulf Skip loses time. We thought that Serious Skip saved more time than Beowulf Skip lost until we discovered a faster way through the lasers room, which meant that it was no longer worth it.
Yeah, and that faster way ended up being TAS only because there's some very tight menuing to do there. You have to menu buffer through the lasers or else it's not possible. Unless you're on 1.0, which we already knew that Beowulf was slower on 1.0.
Pick up the phone.
New strat discovered in this room just yesterday.
So obviously that's not going to be in there.
Yeah. But
it's a really cool
Well,
strat,
I was expecting to see that, and I don't know why it wasn't.
I don't remember how much time it saves, but it's a lot of time. And it's a really
It's like
fast.
allegedly 20 frames.
Yeah. That's an impressive find, honestly. Like, in terms of task time saves, there aren't that many, and that being one of them, pretty significant.
And it's pretty RTA viable as well, I'd say.
Maybe. I know there are tons of strats in that room. Everyone has their own way of doing it.
Yeah, I think that's like one of the weirdest rooms to task too, because like there's just a million ways you can do it. It's hard to figure out if you're actually doing the fastest one.
I have my own unique way of doing it that I don't think most people do, but it is definitely not the fastest way.
Same.
Got a load of
Beautiful.
bits.
Very sus. Yeah, I always wondered what the purpose of this room is. It's just an empty room with a couple of spiders in it. There's like nothing there.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
question.
I know, right? It's so
We should
weird.
have put
Just
like
slows down
a
time.
boss fight there. or like
Yeah.
maybe even a fan made boss fight for one of the Kickstarter donors. That would have been cool.
That would have
Yeah.
been cool.
Yeah, no, it's just an empty room.
Frisk,
It's
what
honestly
are you,
kind of sad
what are you
that,
doing,
like...
Frisk? You forgot to get your menu back. Go get your menu back. What are you doing?
It's honestly kind of sad that, like, the boss that we see the least in any Undertale speedrun is, like, the fan-made one.
Yeah, it's a really cool boss fight too. Like there's some pretty fun bullet dodging in it.
I've
Yeah.
never actually beaten it. I've always either paid the money or skipped it.
Yeah, and low percent you have to do that fight, and that's with level 1 and no armor and no healing items. So,
And no weapons either, right?
yeah, but
Yeah.
you don't normally use weapons there.
It's faster to
because
spare.
Faster to spare, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, with practice, you can
it's
get
gotta-
past it. The problem is people don't practice it because it's not used in many other categories.
It's kind of funny that, like, in Undertale speedrunning broadly, you either just don't do the fight or you do the hardest possible version of the fight.
So true. There's the classic level 1 Undyne the Undying with no weapons.
Oh, yeah.
I know Shay's done that one. I don't know who
Standards.
else has.
Low percent is funny. Personally, I had no problems with Moffat.
I don't know why, but that strat in the lasers room, it took me forever to like understand it and get it right.
It's
Yeah,
really weird.
It's a little awkward.
Because the RTA method of doing it is different from the TAS method. And actually, ironically, it uses the SPCA that we were talking about earlier. You had no idea
We just
it
had
did,
no
but-
idea.
yeah. Because it looks like you're doing it like normally, just with a regular rung warp. But
Oh, this part was really, really fun because we want to leave the room at the exact right time, but we also are being moved up and down by that platform. What we,
Yeah.
what we eventually figured out, well, though, was that if you hold in the wall, the platform doesn't work anymore.
oh, nice. That's convenient.
Yeah, so that made it easier. And that, I think, because the other time that this similar thing had to be done by issue, he just kind of eyeballed it and ended up losing like 3 frames, so nice time save there.
You know, it's funny because there are some really old Undyne explanations that say it's because the room transition is moving. And in this case, it really is. In relation to Frisk, at least, it is moving.
Yeah. Also, it's kind of funny, the platform not working there is actually the game working correctly. Because what's happening is you're moving into the collision and the platform is moving you down. But because you moved into collision, the collision moves you back to where you were. And then because you're not holding up or down, it doesn't adjust for sliding along the wall.
There better be some funny movement in this fight.
There's actually not that much because I'm lazy. Unless somebody else put some in when I wasn't looking, I don't do that much funny movement. But what is funny is the optimal essay length is 1 character, but it turns out that if you can type fast enough, you can delete from the essay in time that you don't lose any time. So we put some funnies in there.
Yeah. You'll have to read fast, but gosh, I love this frame perfect shooting here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no actual hard cap on the bullets. It's just when you can fire a bullet whenever one is not already on the screen. So if you get really close to something that absorbs bullets, then you can shoot super fast, and it's fun. Spool does a lot more than that than I do.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to FixieLol for that copy pasta. It's still pinned in memes, I think.
Yeah. And that's it. Metaton is dead.
Cast Metaton, no way. TAS guy's really good.
Wow.
I don't think we ever mentioned what we're trying to do for this ending.
Oh yeah, this is the Papyrus ending. So Papyrus
You kill
alive,
them.
all other bosses dead.
Yeah, all bosses being definitely not a controversial term, but that would
True,
include Toriel, Papyrus, Undyne, Metaton.
Yeah, those are the only ones that are relevant to like determining endings. And yeah, if Papyrus is the only one of those 4 alive, then you get the Papyrus ending. So that's what we're trying to do right now.
Although, if you extend that to the Alfie's ending, which comes next, then you might be a little confused. But Alfie's ending is referring to almost completing genocide, but then aborting it at the end. So all of the bosses will be dead, but you'll get, for example, Metaton Neo, and that'll be Alfie's ending.
Right, so for Alfie's ending, the requirements are that Undyne the Undying is dead and that Metaton is dead, which isn't relevant in normal gameplay because you can't spare Metaton Neo, but with certain glitches that does end up being relevant that Metaton has to be dead in order to get Alfie's ending. Those glitches don't end up mattering to us because Geno Punch Card, but they do end up saving time if we did use the Geno Punch Card route.
So you're seeing a lot of you equipped the burnt pan here. And the reason for that is we have these PCE slides we can do on each of these. And we can also use that for text storage later, so we can wrong warp out of the room. It's faster to use text to wrong warp than it is to use the punch card. And we can get the text out quicker here, so that's what we do.
It's faster to use the text if you can get the text out quick enough. If you're just in a normal room and you have the option to overflow and then use the text to wrong warp or use the punch card, then the punch card's faster. But if for some reason you already have text up, then it's faster to use the text.
Yeah.
I believe all of those, because they were just single fixie flows, they were actually frame even.
Oh yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, that makes sense. This one's a bit different because it's chained for so long. Each text storage can be used to gain movement on the next cutscene and then get more text storage. It's actually faster to go down to the cell phone here because the cell phone is 2 inputs, whereas an item would be 3 inputs. So it's saving a frame each time, and so that's why we do it here. The catch is that you have to menu down and then you have to menu back up later. So we menu down right before the first text, which that loses a small amount of time, which is easily recovered later in the room. But we menu back up probably on this next room transition because we don't lose any frames there.
No, because we can't wrong warp for this one because, no, I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, on this one, we just use the room transition.
No, in
wrong
this
warp
one, the wrong warp puts you at the save point, which loses time, so you don't wrong warp here.
Yeah, wrong warps are slower unless you have to save, so we just have to get back up right at the end, which loses some time, but that's okay. It's more than made up for.
Yeah, I mean,
so
you can menu up and not wrong warp still. I don't know if that's what we're doing here, but
it'll be frame even. I don't remember which one it does, but
yeah, I think I just menu up.
because you would either take 2 frames to open text, or you would take 2 frames to menu up.
oh yeah, good point. There we go.
So we're actually going to wait here for Sans to start talking, and that's so that later on in the Alfie's ending, when we don't have the punch card, we can mash through his text. So you'll see us wait until the perfect time. We put on the pan there real fast because we had the glove on from all of our shenanigans earlier. But then you'll see as soon as Sans text pops up, we're already out of the room.
All right, now it's time for Asgore number 1.
Yep, I have fought Asgore in TAS so many times. I'm pretty sure I can create a perfect TAS Asgore faster than I can beat Asgore in real time.
That's funny. You may have seen in the trailer that we had 9 simultaneous Asgore kills. That was pretty cool to see. That was every single kill every single Asgore kill in this whole TAS. Of course, we have 10 endings, with one being True Pacifist, where you don't kill Asgore, of course.
The only ending in the game where Asgore lives.
Poor Asgore. Unfortunately, there is no Asgore ending in this game. Yeah, so that would be the 8 neutral ending Asgores, and then the 9th one would be Geno Asgore.
Asgore dies no matter what ending you do.
Yeah, you can see I'm dodging in real time actually to speed up the process. Like, I would just frame advance for the menuing and then switch back to real time to dodge. Just entirely to save time. There's a way in that attack
that in real
you
time.
can set up so that you always, or you never get hit by it. I could never get that to work though, so I just had Frisk move by a pixel whenever it was orange.
I think the way it works is you have to be against the edge of the battle box, and then you have to press an arrow key on the frame that the scythe hits you. I did it in the neutral TAS. It's funny looking.
I think.
Some nice 60 FPS matching there.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So there's a Flowey fight coming up, and that was actually stolen from the True Pacifist TAS.
Yeah, so, is the screen share frozen for you?
It's frozen for me, yes.
Yeah, it's also frozen.
Yeah, give me a second.
The Twitch is ahead.
Twitch still going there?
Yeah, Twitch is good.
Yeah, it's just.
Anyways, yeah. So this for those of you who have watched the True Pacifist House, this Flowey fight will look very familiar.
Oh, switcher.
Alright, sorry about that.
I think I'm going to run to the restroom real quick during the Flowey fight, because I know nothing about it, so have fun.
Such a shame.
Right.
Such a shame we missed such an important part of this.
Yeah, we missed like all the important story. I guess we'll never know what happens.
And entertaining. Yeah, I should have just made this the trailer.
Honestly.
Just like change the text. Undertale AME TAS. June 24th.
Yeah, so we only have to fight Flowey once, which is nice. Because the reason you might think that, well, Genocide deletes the save, but actually on the Genocide ending, we exit before the saves are deleted, because that's considered the end timing for speedruns. So that's kind of how we get around that.
Wow, the Flowey cutscene is long.
Yeah, it's kind of long.
Into the fight already, but no, I show up just as the cutscene is ending.
No, my hands are still too sweaty to open my water bottle.
I have no idea how you even begin to task something as complex as Flowey with all the RNG involved and all the weird unconventional ways of manipulating it.
The only
I know how you
instances
begin.
where-
You go to the Undertale neutral task, you go to the Flowey section, you highlight all the inputs, you press Control C.
That would not
then you go
work.
to own task.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be honest, something like 75% of my inputs for my sections of the TAS are just directly ripped from the neutral TAS.
Yeah, and that's why we do this, because we can build off of past TASes, which is real nice, both in terms of strats and in terms of actually just copying what they do. Which is why those on-screen display frame displays are pretty useful, because we can go back and see what we did before if we forgot.
So yeah, even though in theory Ocean Bagel only really did 4 cycle, the work he did on the neutral TAS was so much helpful and so time save for this TAS. So big shout outs to Bagel for that.
Yeah. So coming up here, not this soul phase, but the next one is going to be the first one with a lot of RNG in it. It is, hang on, let me check my notes real quick. Hard to manipulate this RNG.
I was panicked there for a second because I thought you brought notes. I didn't bring any notes.
Hey, I can go pull up the Flowey Final Phase RNG odds of getting perfect. Or, gosh, what was that number? I remember I calculated something. Basically, it's impossible to get TAS RNG in the final phase of Flowey.
Yeah. I just have...
Which is funny because it's really easy in TAS. Like, it's not a hard manip. But...
Yeah, it's like you can get each fight button manipped independently just based on like pressing it on a different frame.
Yeah.
But for RTA, like you have to consider it all as a singular event.
Yeah.
It would take like a billion years of constantly doing the Flowey fight to get it or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
I've got the odd.
Ooh, I wonder if TAS is going to be left side or right side.
The ending.
I wonder.
Oh, I wonder. It'd be great if one side was faster than the other, huh?
Yeah, let's go!
Let's go.
Right, gang. D:.
Look, happiness.
Right,
And-
gang.
And yes, it does save 2 frames to go with right game.
2 frames!
The single most important time save in all of Undertale.
I think that makes up for the 1 frame we lost earlier. I mean...
Yeah, but then we also lost like 16 frames in East-West.
Yeah, we've just lost handfuls of frames all around. We try our best, but it really is impossible to get like the perfect speedrun.
Yeah, especially because like stuff's always getting found, so by the time a run this long is done being tasked, there's new stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even new stuff that didn't make it into the neutral TAS, and it's a quarter of the length of this one.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's new strats, sometimes it's RNG manip, sometimes you just forget to do old strats. You know, it's hard to find everything.
Sometimes you think a new strat is faster when it's actually not.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one case in the neutral
Gun
TAS.
phase is really cool. Check this out. Using a combination of movement and a little bit of RNG manipulation, you just manipulate the gun to never have to rotate.
Yeah, it's funny because the RTA strat is to go to the corner there. And the reason is because in the corner you're the furthest away from the gun, so it's most likely to be very close there.
I think that gun phase lost 1 frame.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, the gun phase and the book phase are both really difficult to get perfectly. It's a lot of calculation using mods and mathing it out. The gun phase is cool because it's kind of like a puzzle. You're navigating around trying to find the best possible way to get the crosshairs to sit.
I think it's about time for the chat to be spamming a certain 2-letter word right about now.
Let's not.
That's
though.
right. Oh, you can get a few owls if you want.
You all get 1 owl.
1 owl each.
Wow, the supply chain price is really hitting hard. Only one owl for every person.
Yeah, we've got to ration these owls out. So I mentioned RNG manipulation here earlier, and that is exactly what we're doing here. We're setting up damage rolls to be the maximum they can possibly be, which saves an entire turn over the RTA strat. So normally RTA, you would delay your last attack to hit in the 700 damage, but here we don't even need that, so we just hit the last one immediately, which you'll see here.
Oh, additionally, this is a turn earlier. So there's an RTA, is kind of RTA viable strat, where you can get a 1 in 200 chance to not have to delay the last attack, and this one hits a turn earlier than that, which is like 1 in astronomical number.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lie, that kill was kind of quick.
You might
even say it was quicker.
Quicker,
Same
yeah.
brain.
Just maybe.
Shout out to quick-ish kill,
Yeah.
which is the 1 in
Quick
200. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's quicker than quick, but it's not quicker. It's just quick-ish.
Quick 0.5.
Quick 0.5,
Quick
exactly.
5.
So yeah, if you think about it, even the regular quick kill strat that we do RTA, there is some RNG to that. You can just do everything perfectly and then miss it because RNG. And to think that not only do we save a turn, but we do it with easy RNG manips for a TAS. It really shows the difference between what it's like TASing and dealing with RNG as an RTA runner. We do have some reloads here. Then we actually wait because we need to get to the logo in order to get Flowey's, in order to prevent Flowey from appearing next time, but also to advance Flowey's text. You'll see that a few times here.
Technically, it's like 2 frames before the logo appears, but for RTA runners, there's no difference.
Yeah.
So we are back, and we are doing Genocide again.
Gotta grind out one more encounter here.
Yeah, 5U's did a whole bunch of testing to figure out what like the fastest combination was, because he wanted to be high enough level for the Papyrus and Metaton fights later on, but you also... Actually, I don't know what the other trade-off is, I'm going to be honest. But 5U's did a whole bunch of testing on this.
Maybe if 5U's joins us in a bit, then we can hear direct. Yeah, there is a lot to think about in Genocide that you don't have to even deal with when you have the punch card.
Very quick kill.
Jerry quick kill indeed.
I wonder if they're going to get him. No way, they got it. I don't believe it.
Saving one whole turn on Jerry.
How much does that save? Like 2 frames?
It's like a second or something. Yeah.
It's just hilarious that you have Jerry, who's designed to be the most annoying enemy in the game, who makes other enemies' turns last faster, or last longer. And then even when you go to kill Jerry, he's still annoying, where you have to get perfect RNG for like 8 turns in a row in order to kill him the fastest.
Somebody should make a mod that replaces everybody with Jerry. That would be funny.
There is an unused Jerry-only encounter in the game.
Really?
We don't get to see it in vanilla Undertale, because it's unused, of course, but I did add it to the pool of random encounters in the randomizer mod I made.
Nice. Didn't you add?
Of course, there is no attack, because it's just Jerry. But It's also just Jerry, so you either spend a bunch of time killing for barely any experience, or you flee. Yeah, I think there might be a Jerry-only mod. I do remember that.
There it is.
I think I've made one, and somebody else has also made one.
I think Shay did a playthrough of it.
Yeah.
I think there was also a Jevil-only mod, Deltarune Chapter 1.
That sounds
Nice.
horrible. It's my turn to say yes to the Silver Berber Goblin Warp.
Heck yeah.
Dibs on being the next.
You also might hear menu clicks when we enter doors, and that's just a funny thing you can do in a TAS. You
'Cause
can
we
even
don't
do it
have a
RTA
punch
if you
card.
wanted to, but on the frame you enter a room transition, you can open the menu, and it'll make a click, but not actually show you the menu. Pretty funny.
It's incredibly painful if you're trying to wrong open that room, RTA.
Yeah, but why would you go for it RTA when it's a frame perfect and the only benefit is funny?
Because it's funny?
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
If you're not willing to risk entire runs to frame perfect strats for the bit, then what are you even doing?
Exactly.
True. I wonder if we'll get Gaster this time, though.
Yeah, you've got to keep the speedrun.com moderator engaged so they verify your run.
Who's ready for Gaster?
Run rejected, too boring, couldn't watch it all.
True hundo moment.
Yeah, we'll definitely get Gaster. Never mind that we already saw Susan Deltarune.
Yeah,
Definitely Gaster
never mind
good.
that we know the fun value right now.
No, but this time it has to be Gaster.
Yeah, it has to be. What else could it be?
Aww.
Oh,
Frisk, you forgot to go to the Ice Cream Man and get the punch card. You forgot, Frisk.
Go back to the punch
Chris.
card. Oh no, we forgot the punch
Chris, you
card.
forgot.
Strimmer, do GPC.
Honestly, GPC was like a really, really cool discovery to have. Because
Yeah.
that's the one thing that nobody ever thought would ever happen. And the fact that we even got it to work at all is extraordinary. I mean, it's TAS only and probably doesn't save time, but just the fact that it exists is pretty impressive.
It definitely doesn't save time for Geno. I think there's some random CEs where it does, and for AME, it's a big giant question mark.
I can't wait for the category extension where you have to do GPC.
Have we
Finish
done
Geno,
a comparison Geno run for the GPC? Because I know there was
Yeah.
the GPC run itself, but
Well,
I don't
GPC
think we have a
is
comparison.
it's much slower, much slower than 1.05, but it's
the
probably
GPC
faster for 1. It's probably close for 1.01.
The GPC task was like several minutes slower with more modern strats. So
yeah, but I mean, there's also Japanese text saving time on the other side. And
Right.
I think some of it
Exactly.
is also optimization. I don't think it was the most optimized in terms of encounters, but
Yeah,
You
no,
wrong
I
on
don't. I don't think it was either. If I remember correctly, he didn't spend too much time doing like encounter optimizations and stuff. So it could be closer than we think, but it's probably not that close. It does save time in True Hundo, though. I think. I think I remember working that out, where it ends up saving a bunch of time in True Hundo because you're on 1.0 anyway.
oh yeah.
wait, why would you be at 1.0?
Because of the fancy bullshit with the encounters. Oh, am I
Because you're
allowed to
insane.
swear?
Oh, right, yeah.
I'm sorry, am I allowed to swear on the stream? I probably should ask that before I did, but
I mean, as long as it's light. I mean,
Anyway, my point is, it's because of the 1.0 trick where you can lock in True Pacifists and then kill stuff afterwards. That lets you optimize a whole bunch of the routes together and save it saves like a half hour, but then also no MDS, so it mostly canceled.
It's like faster for TAS, not at all worth it for RTA.
Yeah, because you have to play on 1.0 and nobody likes 1.0.
Yeah, there was a point where people did actually play on 1.0 for neutral. That was before MDS. It was slightly faster than 1.001 Linux.
Because of flying Papyrus and other stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was just barely faster, but enough that it was... If you're really good at 1.0 mashing, it would actually save time for you consistently. Which, as far as I know, there was only one top runner who used it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you want to be pedantic,
Alright, I'm muted.
theoretically, it should be possible to do MDS on the Switch? No, PS4 version.
PS4, yeah. PS4 and Xbox.
So theoretically, you
pull
could
out your Xbox.
yeah, you could sweep through the 1.05 category by doing it on Xbox, but that would be silly, so no one does that.
Honestly, we're sleeping on Xbox. It has such cool strats. You can walk through walls. You can skip lemon bread through a very funny Deltarune Chapter 2 1.09 type strat.
Xbox lemon bread skip. Step 1, die.
Yeah.
Step 2, you're done.
Love that funny movement there with the jumping off the dock.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
I mean, you can technically skip lemon bread in regular Undertale, but it's just slow.
It's significantly slower, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're gonna skip the Mad Dummy.
Oh, I sure hope so. I think we forgot to save, though. We should go back.
Oh, true.
Aw. That's so sad.
Wait, why don't we just do that for a regular Mad Dummy?
Yeah.
One
just back.
cycle.
One cycle Mad Dummy. Heck yeah. Guess we changed our mind and we want to go back now. Yeah, it's funny. RTA there, we actually don't go back. So that's the difference of RNG manipulation, I guess.
I mean, while we're doing funny, you talked about why don't we just do that in regular Mad Dummy fight? We do in Neutral Glitchless, don't we?
True.
True. Yeah, Neutral Glitchless has had a Mad Dummy skip for years. It's also had core skip for years. What are we doing glitches when we can just skip core and Mad Dummy?
Exactly.
So you have to do Janon.
Aw, yeah, that's a deal breaker.
Yeah, deal breaker, not because of the time loss, but because it makes me sad.
General Run is shaking and crying right now.
So yeah, this entire encounter routing is actually significantly different from RTA as well. I believe 5U skipped both Aaron and Washua at the beginning.
Yeah,
Wild.
I think so.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, 5U's is a very smart person, and he is able to find out stuff around Geno routing that normal people would just never think of, so he's pretty cool.
I don't pretend to be capable of understanding how Geno time saves work.
One funny thing with these encounters in particular is it's actually faster to kill the Moldbig first, which is why you're seeing us do that. It's because of turn timers, which have interesting interactions when there's multiple monsters. And in this case, I think it's like 10 frames, I want to say, per attack. Maybe
Yeah.
20 frames. Something in between, I don't know. Fortunately, we don't get to deaths around here because we don't have the punch card.
Why not? Just do GPC forehead.
Exactly.
True.
Someday,
It might save time.
someday we'll do a proof of concept for GPC AME to see if it saves time. Someday.
One of these years, yeah.
At least it helps that now I can do 4 cycle as well, so we don't have to offload all of it onto Bagel.
Only some of it.
Because, yeah, we'd need a lot of 4 cycles since Mad Dummy Skip would not be a thing anymore.
Yeah.
Technically, we could cheat. That tool I was talking about earlier, it can be used to search for RNG, but it can also be used to inject RNG.
Yeah,
So
if
you can
it's
just
a
put
proof of-
RNG into the game.
If it's just a proof of concept, we absolutely could do a cheated run with hacked odds.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone...
If we put that much work into it, I would honestly kind of rather it be legit, though.
Yeah, true. It would still be quite a bit of work.
Yeah, the hard thing is to make a comparison. I mean, maybe not for a full game run, but for short segments, it's hard to compare if the RNG is different between the two. So it's good for a comparison to have consistent RNG.
The
Right.
funny movement.
I don't remember why, but I think 5U's had a hell of a time tasking this out. I don't remember why. And maybe I'm just imagining things.
Maybe from all that spinning, you get dizzy trying to task for that long.
True.
I tried really hard
yeah,
to
no,
find a way
it's-
to get the burnt pan into the Undyne the Undying fight, but I could never come up with anything.
Oh,
The reason it's a little bit hard is because the ballet shoes, like with the pen, all the attacks are the same length, but it's not the case with the ballet shoes. So you have to manipulate each attack.
Just do early, but
True, just run early burnt pan Geno. The empty gun is not real, and it can't hurt you.
just do ace.
oh, yeah.
Was
Someone mentioned it's synced to the music here. Maybe that's the reason why it was so hard because when you're tasking,
as well.
you actually can't hear the music. You have to task while it's muted. So, in order to sync something to music, you have to either know ahead of time when the beat will happen on the music, or you have to task it, then encode it, and then go back and fix it, then encode it again. Keep repeating that. So it's not as easy as it sounds. All right, so sorry about the brief interruption, but we're back here.
Apparently the game is quite bad.
That's going to cause some complications in the YouTube re-upload.
It's everybody's favorite room again. Maybe it's just my
What is
favorite
that?
room.
The water.
What is that? That's sixth time we've.
That seems
I
about
lost
right.
track already. Yeah, let's call it 6. I lost count. None of you guys keep count in the chat. Wait, was it Undertale speedrunners can't count, or what did Undertale speedrunners can't read? I forgot which one it was.
The joke is that they can't.
Or is it both? Ah. Oh, and they can't count to 4 as well. Oh yeah, I remember now.
Right, yeah.
Well, luckily we don't enter that room 4 times, so we should be fine. Streamer, you forgot to do Fast East West.
Oh, whoops. I have the wrong audio input. I'll get that fixed in just a moment. Or I guess what I can do is I can just there we go. Nice north-south skip there. Did I lose VC?
I'm still here.
Okay.
We're just not saying anything.
Oh my gosh, who is this?
Yeah,
Who's this?
never
I've never
this.
seen them before. What?
Added a boss fight in mid. It's crazy.
Oh, no, I think it was just a common enemy. Well, I don't get is why the death animation is so low.
This is a really long day. It's why in neutral glitchless it matters so much to get the donut. You avoid that whole thing. Sparing is way faster.
More pressing the menu on the doors there.
My very silly thought was, wait, why don't we get the donut in Geno? See, it's not always a bit. Sometimes I really do just come up with an idea that just doesn't work.
Or syncing to the music.
Yeah, Dude 5 did a lot of syncing to the music. It's really impressive.
Would be nice if you could listen to the music while TASing, but it's some technical limitation that I don't know, that I'm not really. I don't know how it works, but there is some technical reason you have to have it mute.
Wasn't it like crash the game or something?
Very
I think-
funny movement.
I think some of it's breaks save states, but
Okay.
I don't know, because audio, like the threads that audio is running from, are still running. Just the audio itself causes issues.
Yeah, right now we're getting up to level 17, I believe, for Asgore. That ends up being faster, and that's because we're gonna save after this, so it'll still count towards Geno.
I believe what Bane's talking about is staying in the same room. And yes, that is faster because of RNG minute. It is significantly slower on average.
Yeah, that's actually a funny difference because on the best case RNG in that room, the step count is exactly the same between leaving the room and not leaving the room. The difference is if you don't leave the room, it is based on the previous kill count before that encounter, and you also don't get the room transition line. So there's a good reason we do that on TAS, but not RTA. We got Metaton Neo here. Legs for shoulders. Gotta love it. Two legs is not enough, just add two more.
Exactly. Who needs shoulders with legs like these?
And then you can use induction to get an arbitrary number of legs.
Oh, yeah, true. I don't know, I think it converges on 8 legs. So.
Oh, true.
Love this part of the TAS. My favorite.
Yeah, this part was actually really difficult to make.
Yeah, it took 5
took-
views like 1,000 re-records to get that part perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
syncing the movement with the long elevator music, that's very difficult.
Yeah, I think it took him like 27 late nights.
Yeah, I mean, clearly that's the reason why it took an hour and a half.
Exactly.
Or a year and a half. Definitely just that one cutscene.
It's very crucial you get that bit just right.
A nice glitchless new home here.
Nothing strange. What happened to the limbs?
Building.
Absolutely riveting gameplay here.
Fascinating.
Not much we can do here. At least the text is skipped, so you have
Fun
that.
story about that. Coming up, it turns out that this text is only 30 FPS skippable, or excuse me, 15 text boxes a second skippable. The Flowey text is normally 60 text boxes a second skippable, but the flag, or not 60, 30 text boxes a second skippable, but the flag that makes that happen actually slows down the Flowey text. 5Views was very confused by that the first time he came across it.
Yeah, the Flowey text is the Flowey text is 30 text boxes per second mashable, unless Monster Tail is usually mashable.
Because Toby Fox is a programming genius.
Clearly.
Wait, actually, would that make it faster to do Geno before Alfie's ending?
No, because Monster Tail being mashable comes from Papyrus ending.
That's correct.
Although, if we move Papyrus back out of Genocide Ending, it would still save
Clearly
time
the
just
time
less.
save is interesting here. Like
Yeah, clearly the whole minute saved by Papyrus and the 5 seconds saved by being able to mash Flowey faster. Clearly, those are comparable enough that we should TAS it out just to be sure.
Clearly.
Why aren't
Now
you
this
doing the
Asgore,
Rumble
I believe,
combo?
would be the highest level we're at Asgore, other than Geno, of course. But in terms of dealing damage, this is about as good as it gets.
Maximum damage on
Unless
the
you,
Asgore.
yeah, I was gonna say 5 used in the task where he what is it, 8 pies, a real knife through fancies and level 20.
That was level 19.
Oh yeah, because Toby Fox is a great programmer, and Love 20 actually does less damage than Love 19.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like specifically coded to do less. Like it just overwrites the actual damage formula.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that you never do damage at Love 20 in the original game.
Yeah, there's just no reason for it.
It's just
Well,
cosmetic.
Clearly, Toby Fox was planning another boss fight for.
True. Kara boss fight.
Yeah, that thing 5U's made with. Yeah.
We have fan games for that though.
I remember watching so many YouTube videos of fan boss battles in 2015 and 2016 when I was but a child.
I don't.
Well, in 2015, you were like a literal child. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at
It was
us doing
7.
500 plus damage here. Don't get that in neutral. This is even more than neutral glitch lists, because normally that one the highest level for the Asgore fight. In terms of those 5 main categories. I don't know if we save a turn over that, or if we're just a bit higher level. But...
That's kind of a fast Asgore.
No way, it's
Yeah.
a Tasco. Yeah, another Tasco. This Tasco is on fire.
So technically, in categories where technically in early punch card all major endings and in all major endings with the genocide punch card, you are going to be fighting Asgore at Love 19.
Nice. So yeah, this is the text that we're talking about when we're waiting for the logos, because that text goes to a different thing each time, up to a certain point, and we want to get it to the last thing where it's just 3 dots so that it's faster. Gonna finish out the core kill count here.
Yeah, so you may know from Geno speedruns that the warrior's path here is very useful for Geno. The reason it's useful is because of all of those encounters, 7 of them, without having to deal with high step count. Before the step count really does get pretty high. So that's why we generally get it at the end grinding rather than at the beginning.
Bit of RNG limit there.
vibing, killing these encounters here.
Just
We have the ballet shoes on here, and it's good to point out because actually the ballet shoes are the fastest weapon to use for attack. If you can kill an enemy with one hit with the ballet shoes, it's generally faster to do that than the hand.
Let's go. I opened my water bottle.
Congratulations.
Frogger. Frogger not chip this time around.
I just drank all the water in it. No, that's insane.
Water drinking speedrun?
Well, I've got to start the timer with reset.
So you may have noticed that we did not get triples the entire way through core. It's actually, it gets kind of complicated, honestly. How many encounters you need to get for the optimal route.
Once again, shout out to 5Views for figuring all that stuff out. I could never.
Yeah.
It's not the most intuitive thing, because you'd think, oh yeah, you want the most encounters every single time. But having more encounters increases your step count, which isn't always worth it. So another part of it is you want to end on exactly the right number of kills. For going for 2 instead of 3, you might get 1 extra kill than you need. And you'd have a longer step count at the end.
And of course, none of this actually matters in RTA, because RTA Geno is a slot machine.
Just get what you get, and that's it. You don't have to decide which encounters you want to get. Get what the game gives you.
How long until we have RTA RNG manipulation? Just play the game frame perfectly, 624 head.
Obviously.
Imagine a mod where you get, like, let's say, 3 encounters cause to appear with a specific encounter you want. The rest is random, so you have to decide which encounters you want at which times.
That sounds like it hurts my head a little bit.
It would be an interesting mod, though.
That would be a way to get that sort of routing in an RTA run.
Yeah.
Kind of like one of the bingos. Kind of like that, except with counters.
All right. Coming
So
up
there's
here.
another glitch that we didn't actually show off here. If you were to spare Muffet and then complete the core kill count, we'll still get the text from Metaton Neo as if you completed Geno. But then you'll be level 19, but then you'll abort Geno once you get to New Home. That's a pretty funny glitch that it even happens. Kind of see the start of it in Nuclear Glitchless because you spare Muffet, but then Muffet's not there after. It's a really interesting mix of how they programmed it.
Wonder if there's a way to make that save time. Probably not.
Because, I mean, you are full 19 at Asgore.
Yeah, so
Save
that would
is
be
burned.
one part. Maybe, like, weirdness with BPC. I don't know.
I think the problem is, if it were to save time, it would be right here, where Alpha's ending with that glitch, and then Geno without it. But the problem is, you have to actually spare Muffet. It's the reload in 4. You have to reload 4 Muffet.
Yeah. It would be a whole thing. Especially because with GPC, like the Metaton Alphys and Geno endings are already pretty fast back to back to back. I believe Papyrus ending is the longest ending, so things should start picking up after this in terms of like endings done per period time. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's the only one with Flowey.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And also because it's the only one that's not New Game Plus.
It's a shame it's just only slightly longer than an hour. It'd be cool to get sub 1 hour with those strats, but
We were close, but
we're running all major endings and not Papyrus. Take what we get.
the Sans fight has such a ridiculous amount of RNG that it was literally impossible to manipulate all of it without taking like 30 seconds, which of course 5U's did in the meme task because he's insane.
Yeah.
So this is not technically optimal, but it's the best that can be done without like start time manip, and even then, it's probably not possible.
It's the best that can be done in terms of balancing like time saved from manipulating RNG versus time lost from manipulating RNG.
I actually have the number here somewhere for how the odds of getting perfect RNG on just the randomized attacks that Sans does.
I've
Yeah,
set Megalovania as my alarm ringtone to wake up for school.
So if you are trying to manipulate the entire fight, it's a 1 in 1 2 1 4 3 9 5 3 1 0 9 6 5 9 4 2 5 1 7 7 6 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0.
Can I get that in scientific
That
notation,
number's
please?
so long, an entire attack.
Yeah.
So yeah, perfect RNG not happening.
Yeah, one comment I made on just one of the attacks is you're approaching the heat death of the universe. So yeah, it's not gonna happen. RTA.
I don't even
Even in
think
a test, that is
yeah,
not.
you would
probably
take
not.
so long to search for the RNG seed that human civilization would probably be over by the time we found it.
There are more seeds than that number, or there are fewer seeds than that number. There are a lot of seeds, so
Right,
it's
yeah,
also
just-
entirely possible that it's just not even possible to do.
Yeah,
Any
this
state of mind.
distinguishing states versus seeds, the seed is like the initial value and the state is the value it can take up. There are only about 64k seeds, but there are way more possible RNG states. And we don't even stutter to, when Sans asks to spare us. We just push forward.
There was a brief period of time where we thought it might be faster to get CTs and drink all the CT there so that we can kill Sans before he falls asleep.
Actually, that probably faster in
Maybe in
possibly
categories,
in Genocide.
maybe in
Because,
categories where you're going there anyway. Like I bet it's faster in True Hundo since you need to buy a CT at some point anyway.
Yeah, definitely in 200. But I think if you're optimal enough, could get it to maybe barely save 200, but you don't really want to take that risk. Because the other thing is you'd have to relearn the entire second phase of the fight. It's going to be so much faster.
Right.
I mean, I already learned to fight Sans with the CT because I was too lazy to learn it normally, so...
I remember learning Sans as part of like a 100 followers special. I actually learned Sans for the first time without using healing items.
Oh wow.
So it was a no heal Sans, and I was practicing.
The funny!
The funny,
The funny.
yeah, shout out to that.
Funny Ponto.
Yeah, I didn't find it, but I found a consistent setup to do with RTA. Align yourself within the battle box so that on one frame the bone is in front of you, and on the next frame the bone is behind you. And when it's scrolling that fast, you can kind of see it. There are little gaps between the bones. Line yourself up there.
All Toby had to do was not make the screen scroll at sinking speed.
But under normal circumstances, it almost doesn't matter because you're still hitting the bones. You're not in the gap.
Yeah.
Up in the gap.
Actually, that's probably why the bones are synced, because normally that would mean that every frame you're still in a bone.
Oh yeah, maybe. I've also doubled the number of.
Yeah, it is really surprising that the CT strat is slower. Just with how long this cutscene is.
That's the
It's
thing though. It
not
might be
very much
faster.
slower. It's like I timed it to about 2 seconds slower with doing it as a human and not practicing it ever. I think only half the time I battle box. So it's entirely possible that if you do it correctly, it'll save time.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if 5U's tested that for this, because I'm thinking about, like, is it useful in a task context?
I think it could possibly save time. You have to
Maybe.
test it out. I don't think we had it in mind when we did this.
No, I don't think it
It
had
was
been
under the.
this...
We were all under the assumption that it most
Yeah.
likely be slower.
Yeah, so maybe. Something to keep in mind for V2, I guess.
Exactly.
Which is definitely going to happen.
For sure, definitely.
I mean, we have the tool to stitch it together now, so
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
cuts out half the time, right?
Something like that.
And also, like, a lot of it is still optimal. Like, we wouldn't have to redo all of it.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure there are entire segments we could just leave alone, like Exiled Queen, for instance.
Yeah.
I just realised this stream wasn't posted in streams in the Undertale streaming club.
No, it was posted in announcements. Wasn't it?
Posted an announcements, yeah.
Wait, did I miss that bit? Oh,
You have announcements muted.
oh, yeah, I never looked there, so I never know.
I'm just waiting for Sans.
So one interesting thing about this category is that the rules of the category actually save a whole bunch of time, because technically we consider the ending complete before the game does. So, like, we're able to quit out of Geno before it actually marks us as having completed Geno, which means that we don't have to do the 10-minute wait, or more accurately, we don't have to put Geno at the end, and Geno at the beginning is slightly faster.
Did we find out that Geno at the beginning wasn't faster?
No, I thought it wasn't, but I was being silly.
Oh, okay.
So don't tell anyone, but when I put this kill in the trailer, I had to delay it a little bit to line up with the other. That's just a little secret. Who notices that?
Yeah, that trailer shot was really cool.
Yeah, honestly, the trailer was really well done. So yeah, thanks Blue for doing that.
Thanks.
Yeah, props to Blue and Bagel mostly Blue, for getting that set up. It was really cool.
Yeah, Blue did everything before the Asgard kill. And Finest
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Ash and Bagel did the 9 Asgard kills because I couldn't do both.
I think the most impressive thing was how you synced the game sounds that were already in that song
Oh yeah,
with
because
what we actually did in the TAS.
the song we used had sound effects in it, so I synced it with actual things from the things. So it
Yeah,
didn't
I
sound like random.
can't imagine how much work that was.
It wasn't a lot, to be honest. I just thought of a bit that synced, and then I put it in.
Definitely worked. It was super impressive.
Well,
Yeah, well, it
that's
would be great
the-
if we found a glitch that let us smash this texture.
Yeah.
Gotta get on that.
We should
There's a cat
we should consider Geno complete once you kill Asgore.
We should consider Geno complete once you kill Sans. Actually, once you kill Neo, because that's when it's locked in.
Exactly.
We should consider Geno complete when you kill the first Frogget, because of that. Like, what other thing are you going to do other than Geno?
True.
How about the frame Chara appears on the screen? So it's like in Super Mario World, how they ended on a frame Peach appears. There you go.
Well, you have button presses after that, though, in this, not in Mario.
Oh,
Well, you have button presses after the choicer too.
well, I guess we got to do typer corruption then. Convert it to that one typer that's using that one text box that is auto skipping.
Oh yeah.
If we found that, that would be 30 text boxes per second.
Right
Arbitrarily.
back to the beginning.
Yep.
So now we
Alright,
have a
this was-
new fun value. We can get Gaster again.
Yeah, it's time to get Gaster.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is all my segment. The Undyne ending, so there won't be very much funny movement because I'm lazy.
So for Undyne ending, this is Toriel dead, and I think that's the only requirement.
Undyne has to be alive.
Well, yeah. True.
Undyne ending with Undyne dead. Sure, we can make it happen if we try.
I don't think we can.
I think the code explicitly checks that flag.
Yeah.
How do you kill someone without actually killing?
How do you make it so someone's dead without killing them?
If we could somehow take that fake battle from after the date and deal more than one damage such that we kill Undyne, that probably wouldn't count.
True.
That'd be hilarious.
Unfortunately, Toriel dead would make that not work for Undyne ending.
Fingers.
Well, we just have to come back and kill Toriel later.
Oh, true. Yeah. Just gotta plot work.
That requires epilogue, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, we just have to undo epilogue.
Oh, but if we could
Complete
figure out
neutral in the epilogue.
if we could figure out how to do that, though, Amy would be like super fast.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would save a whole bunch of time in AME.
Gosh, if only we had arbitrary persistence. Have persistence on the
If only we had persistence. that didn't-
pre-barrier room. Then once we get sent there after Asriel, we can just go straight and
Even if
and
we
then
could,
repeat
like,
Asriel again because it's on True Pacifist.
even if we had like persistence on that stayed after you restarted the game, that would still save a bunch of time.
Pretty wild,
Yeah, there's
If
a whole bunch of
only,
random.
unfortunately.
If only Shiren didn't set redemption.
Then we could have Geno in the epilogue with early punch card.
I was looking into a strat that I posted and then forgot about and then found and had to rediscover because I don't remember what I was talking about. Basically talking about fighting Papyrus twice without any other glitches. And the way it potentially happen is if a random call rolls exactly the maximum possible value, which should maybe possibly be possible. But it seems to effectively not be possible. Or fight Papyrus twice. The reason that happens is because the encounter it sets a new battle group for which monsters will appear in the end, and it only checks if the random value is less than the maximum. But if it's equal to the maximum, it passes through all of them, never sets a new battle group. So it's what you left it. Which can be triggered with the persistence glitch, but under this method, you don't even need.
Yeah, it seems, even with all the RNG states we have, it seems very unlikely that that could be rolled. Like, what's the is it like a float precision or integer, or what's the deal?
It would be float precise.
Yeah, there are a lot of floats.
Yeah, the actual value.
Yeah, what's up?
I think
Hey,
it's
quick, what do you want?
unsigned bit.
No.
Sure. You'd have to get the one maximum roll on that.
For a U32,
Then
you
that
said?
Yeah. And that translates down to the maximum possible, which in this case is 15.
Oh yeah, we totally got like 12 hands there. That's another example. Well, I guess that one's more obvious. But there's a lot of RNG manip in this task. Just a surprising amount. Very fitting that we premiered this task during Pride Month.
Heck yeah. Goodbye, Toriel.
Homophobia is dead.
Why did that take me so long to register in my...
No, Flowey killed him. Rather, killed him. Although Flowey was there in Genocide.
But we killed him there too.
Yeah, it's specifically because we killed him in Genocide that he doesn't show up there, which is why it's fastest to do Genobrands first.
There's actually a really funny thing that about how he does appear in a very specific case after you kill him.
Yeah, the code there and at the beginning for the Flowey encounters are both just absolute spaghetti. Like, it would make Papyrus proud. Unfortunately, no bottom gamer pixel. It's got to be top gamer pixel because of the lamp.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, bottom gamer
I found
pixel
this.
is
Okay, so
Geno exclusive.
Well, you can do it in the
Yeah,
other
it
brands.
just
and
loses
won't
more
save
time.
no, it should save the same amount of time. It's 4 frames each time.
No, because you have to walk up to the lamp.
Well, that's not gamer pixel. It's the same whether you get gamer pixel or not. The same distance away from the lamp. Gamer pixel is only to offset you to the left. That Sans stops walking 4 frames soon.
Right, but if you're on the bottom, then getting to the lamp is slower than if you're on the top. So
Right,
you
but
need to
that's
be
a whole
on the
different
top.
strat.
That's bottom gamer pixel. Okay. Yeah, so I found what I was saying the other day. So, Flowey isn't there in New Game Plus normally. We kill Flowey fight. But if you do Geno Ruins after killing Flowey in New Game Plus, then Flowey will be there after Toriel. But then if you do it again, Flowey will be gone. So only the first time you do Geno Ruins after killing Flowey, previous neutral run, Flowey will be there. It's such a weird way to code the game. I mean, that sort of variety is what makes Undertale so fun. Find new things each time you play it.
Exactly.
And that is why Geno First is faster. Or something, I don't know. I don't always really follow it. It's like, there's like one day every 3 weeks where I understand that with enough clarity to know why Geno is faster, and then the rest of the time I just take it on faith.
That's like most things in Undertale. They just don't make sense. And then suddenly they do. And then you forget.
Rely on posts that we made 2 years ago when we knew what we were talking about.
Did we?
Sometimes.
When we pretended that we knew what we were talking about. And then later turns out to not be true.
So yeah, this is a fun strat right here. We actually menu buffered down to the cell phone during that time, so that our menu is on the cell phone in like 20 rooms.
It technically doesn't save time because you could do that during Igloo Warp.
Oh yeah, I suppose you could. But then doesn't that also give you less opportunities for RNG manipulation?
Slightly.
Yes, slightly.
Yeah, so it'll make the RNG manip harder.
This is Undyne.
Yeah, I
There
mean,
is
there's
no
no reason to
RNG
menu
manip.
buffer back up. So yeah, it's always definitely better to cell phone after.
Yeah.
Dojai skip.
This puzzle is extremely interesting. I don't even know how it works, but you just kind of yeet and then you're there.
Just kind of copy the inputs. Done.
Copy the inputs and it magically works.
Yep.
That's most of the tasks.
Except when it doesn't magically work.
Sometimes it just magically doesn't work, yeah.
Then you discover that movement has RNG.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That one waterfall room.
If key pressed right, move 1 plus round random 2.
Oh my god.
Undertale update 1.09, when you press Z, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance it makes a gaster noise.
No, but 1.09 should happen, and they should give us 1.001 mashing on JP. Like, I would give Toby Fox real money if he made that a thing.
Yeah.
Please, just make fixed input canon. Ocean Bagel, you're Toby Fox, you can do this. Please.
Oh yeah. I work at Toby Fox, so.
Honestly,
Who
the
knows?
only
Maybe the 10th anniversary under.
the only valid argument I've ever seen for Bagel not being Toby Fox is that we don't have fixed inputs yet.
That is like the proof in that Bagel has made fixed input mod, but he hasn't made it canon, therefore he is not Toby Fox.
It's deep cover.
The law.
There is actually a photo proving that I'm not Toby Fox. Actually, interestingly enough, in the Papyrus fight, there are attacks where it's fastest to get hit on those attacks because it makes those attacks repeat, which pushes out longer attacks. And that depends entirely on your love. So, in this case, it's only faster to get hit once. In other cases, it might be faster to get hit twice.
I thought it was faster to get hit twice in Dog Ending. Oh wait, no, because you save a turn over RTA. That's right. The sense
Yeah.
has been made.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I just did what people told me to when I posted the work in progresses. Also, that's definitely a thing for the next Napstablook fight, and I didn't just change RNG beforehand and get too lazy to fix the movement so I didn't get hit.
Obviously.
So, isn't it true that one weapon attacks like this have RNG for health past the bar move?
Yes.
No,
They-
it's for the stick.
They can move anywhere from 11 to 13 units per second, or units per frame, I mean.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that, but yeah, you gotta manipulate that too. So that's another example of just random things that you wouldn't think would be RNG, but they are, and you have to manipulate them. Like the battle, the exclamation mark above Frick's head whenever you get an encounter, that's random.
What's the most random thing?
Probably the
Sands.
one with the most possible outcomes, which yeah, would be Sans.
Well, it depends on how you consider the most random round.
Yeah.
So you could consider it like
Like the most random
One-
being like
how many
why is
layers
it
there are.
random?
Oh, you mean the
Like-
one that it makes the least sense for it to be random? That's a good question. Probably the water cooler.
Wait, that's
well, no,
randomness?
that has bubbles in it. Gotta get random bubbles.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Right?
Because I mean, there can also be like layers of randomness where you have
Text text that
random
doesn't
number
move.
of calls.
Like the fact that text calls RNG, it calls RNG so it can shake, but it calls it even if it doesn't shake. Which is good
Actually,
for
I
us.
think it shakes it just much less than a pixel. You can't actually see it.
Very Toby Fox.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's probably a good thing that the text does shake, because if it didn't, then we would not be able to manipulate RNG to nearly the level of precision that we can. It would be all start time manips all the time, and I would probably cry.
Well, what we would do is we would just not TAS Undertale.
True. Although, actually, it might, if that were the case, if it was only shaking text that caused RNG, it might make real-time RNG manipulation more viable.
That is true.
Yeah, you know, I've always wanted to try to get an RNG manip for Delta Room further into the game because you have the wrist protector that's consistent.
Right.
Oh, right, that's a thing. So you can RNG manip for a decent amount of time in that game, can't you? Like
Yeah,
all the way
you
up to
just
the.
need to make sure the other things are consistent. Like the choices are the big thing.
Yeah. Blue, it's your cue.
Oh, guys,
Nice.
Good,
I love
good
that.
attempt.
I forgot I called dibs.
That was a while ago, to be fair.
So many things hard to keep track of.
Yeah.
So here I'm gonna lose like 2 frames on Spears 1 just because it's very difficult not to.
Yeah.
There
There's-
is a strat where you can moonwalk there, but unfortunately it loses 2 frames, so we made the executive decision not to do it.
Yeah, they made the executive decision to make me redo all of the RNG after Mad Dummy and the True Pacifist section.
What was? Oh, I remember, because like you wanted to add new strats to the family ending, right?
Yeah.
And not just borrow it from TPE, which we could have done.
I would have had to resync RNG anyways, because New Game Plus.
Oh, true, right. But at least you'd have the same seed, so it would just be a resync and not a complete redo.
Right. But yeah, everything after Mad Dummy I would have had to resync anyway, so yeah, I got rid of things that I had done that lost time.
The room coming up, I do not like. I'll explain more about that when we get into it, but I just
I like this room. You get the punch card.
no, not this room. The room, this one, because there's an RNG event in it in the form of the Moldsmal battle icon, but the fastest way to, or the best way to manipulate it is actually just by taking a different path through the room, because those particles are RNG calling. So a different path through the room gives you different RNG, and that lets you manipulate RNG without losing any time. But I hate it because it takes way longer than just doing the next input over and over again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, that one's pretty fun.
Yeah, there are two ways to get through this room, and they're equivalent, so I've done both of them.
What doesn't have a rat call?
A lot of things don't.
For one thing, moving to the right does not have a random call.
That's true. Neither does moving to the
Oh.
left,
Oh.
or moving up or down, or up and to the right, or down and to the right, or up and to the left, or down and to the left.
Or not moving at all.
The location of most triggers in the game don't have random calls.
Boats.
Playing Deltarune does not cause RNG, does not call Undertale's RNG.
That is true.
Or does it? I mean, maybe it could.
I don't think that's how it works. Oh, smell, by the way.
Smell.
Yeah, we have plenty of time to waste in that room, so we just, put the umbrella on the music box remotely, smell, that kind of thing.
Shout out to 52 Bridge, by the way.
Yeah. Willy Warp is a good strat, which I'm sure its creator likes a lot.
Willy Warp is especially good for TAS because you can use it for massive RNG minute. 4 cycles specifically kind of requires.
But in this case, we don't actually do 4 cycles, so in this case, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Use
it's still
it to manipulate the
That's-
entire rest of the game.
True. Wait, that's not even how that works, though, because it's the Mad Dummy death.
That was the joke.
I can be pretty dense sometimes.
H.
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 Funny strat in this room where if you are holding right while you enter the room, you move for 1 frame.
Also,
So you can be
shout out
face
to the
down
New
on the
Testament.
cloud.
What is that a reference to an old Shay stream, I
Yeah.
think? So this is early burnt pan, and I don't really want to be the one to explain it because it's very complicated.
Okay, so what happens is you get the burnt pan early.
Magic. Magic happens.
Yeah, I guess we don't need to go into detail. This isn't like we
Yeah.
get neutral tasks, so we don't need to go into detail about persistence and choicer storage and...
I could give a high-level explanation real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
So, in order to get to choices that you're not on currently, you'd have to have extra choicers out. We do in some cases. Like a big one would be early burnt pan, which is done in Geno. Burnt pan from. We didn't see that in this task specifically.
Streamer, you died.
Streamer, you died. Oh no, the task must have desynced somewhere.
Oh no. Yeah, so
It's all over.
what we need to do is get
No
I think a
worries.
total of 3 choicers and do it by getting 2 choices right here, and then using a glitch to save the state of the room so we can come back to get those choices after. Third choice we get right here. Turn, clear those 2 choices, which advances 2 more times to the burnt pan. Get up.
So basically magic.
Pretty much.
Yes.
But we also did Mad Dummy Skip, which I forgot what that does.
I remember there was a brief period of time when the trick was being discovered that the entire Undertale speedrunning community forgot that you can say no to a choicer.
Oh yes, that was fun.
Hilarious. Yeah, I remember that.
So the issue with using the duck is that, you know, the duck, if you ride the duck, it has a long cutscene. And yeah, the entire community just forgot that you could just not ride the duck.
That was great. Yeah. And I don't remember who realized it, but someone was like, "Hey, why don't we just say no?"
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, yeah, that's the thing.
Just say no.
Just say no." The strat.
It was also TAS only for like 2 days, and then we figured out that it wasn't.
It's still pretty bad.
Yeah,
It's still
'cause
like
I remember
there's,
the
like, no reason
initial
to go for it.
inputs. The initial inputs that were used for it was just like spamming Z and Enter for 10 frames straight. And like, there's no way that's required.
Yeah.
So I think I was the one who went back and just simplified it down to what you actually. Still really hard, but definitely possible to do.
Yeah, not really
Yeah.
viable though, because in any percent it saves like
It saves like
20%.
-3 seconds in any percent.
any percent is hard mode, so you don't even get there.
True.
But yeah, it saves like frames in neutral.
Yeah, Fixio did like a quick comparison. It's gonna save like a third of a second.
So you might be thinking, streamer, you have to keep Undyne alive. Why are you killing Undyne? It turns out that Undyne's health is saved in your save file. So we just do a bunch of damage to her right now, so that when we come back after reloading, we can kill her. And what I actually had to do was test every possible time you could run away from her to see which one was the fastest, and it turns out it was the last possible time you could run away. I don't know why, it's just what happened when I tested it, so...
Well, it must be the fastest then.
So I do know Undyne it's kind of like Papyrus in the sense that if you deal damage faster, the fight advances faster.
So yeah, that's probably part
so
of
you
it.
can see the ending fight.
Yeah. But yeah, by skipping this cutscene, the game doesn't actually think that we finished the Undyne fight, so the Undyne fight's still active. So we can go back there, skip that cutscene again, and then we can kill Undyne later on.
That's a really cool route, actually.
Yeah, I mean, what's even cooler is late early burnt pan, where you do that, but you also go get you get the early burnt pan, or not the early burnt pan, you get the regular burnt pan in the meanwhile. But we don't need to do that because we have early burnt pan. So unless you're a meat bag who can't perfectly do early burnt pan every time, late early burnt pan is not useful.
Nice RTA only strat.
That and
TAS strat
Sirius.
69.
So we have multiple RTA only strats. We have that one. We've got Sirius.
Well, an RTA only strat is just a strat that is slower than a strat that TAS does.
Yeah. But it also has to be a strat that is not slower than a strat that RTA runners use. Because otherwise, it's just a bad strat.
Oh, true.
Or an outdated strat. Hope
Shout
it's
out
our
to the
favorite
crew,
room
by the way.
again. Sorry, Bagel, what'd you say? I cut you
I
off.
said shout outs to that room.
Nice.
Same brain.
Exactly.
What is that? The 8th time I've been there now.
More than that.
At least, and we'll probably be there more.
Yeah.
The phone. The phone.
The phone.
Oh yeah, are we
Okay.
gonna wait in Hotland for an hour while looking at the core? I think we should do that.
You should do that, yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think we should wait for like 9 hours and get like the full core jiggle.
Yes. I think Ocean Bagel should do a stream where he waits for 9 hours.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, I should do that sometime.
Maybe even in like the national park with Pokemon Crystal.
What we should
Oh,
do is when we do the hundo task, we should take the break in the core room.
Yes.
Oh, I should have. Someone should do that, like RTA. Just take a break.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious.
Actually, now I'm trying to think if there's any exploits in the break rules that would let you make progress while technically on a break.
I believe we would ban that immediately.
Well,
Wait,
the
I
rule
got-
is that you can't make progress in general.
Oh,
Anything
okay.
that
I thought it
never
was
be
like no
considered progress.
inputs. Because I came up with one. If it was just you can't do inputs during a break, it would be to wait for a minute in the laser room. Right? Have your break
Oh yeah, for
start.
the patience strat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came up with that one too. Before it was a
Why
mod, I
it's-
think.
Is that why it's banned?
There's also like the after you complete Geno.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah,
The
true.
wait.
But that I'm guessing is also explicitly banned right now.
Yeah, well, even if it's not like explicitly banned, we would. Yeah.
Banned by it being called the word break.
Yeah.
You are allowed to pause at any time except these specific rooms by name.
Yeah, we just have to add a new room to the every 6 months somebody would find something and we'd be like, oh, add another room. something execution fuck, what's the thing called with the you stay in a room for a long time and then all the game breaks? Instance ID overflow, there we go.
Oh
Instance
yeah.
ID overflow. Yes, that's a good.
Use your break to do that.
Doesn't
Yes,
it take
take
like
breaks
a
for 10 months.
yeah?
Just a very short break.
It definitely fits within the True Hundo rules.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously.
Doesn't take a year.
I mean, yeah, like it fits within the rules. It's just a very slow run.
Although I think there's a speedrun.com wide rule against submitting runs that are slow on purpose. Actually, I know there is because I've gotten in trouble for it before. Shoutouts to the time I submitted my neutral PB as a neutral debug PB, since you don't have to play on debug.
Oh yeah, I think I remember rejecting that one.
I don't know why it fit within the rules.
Well, there's a rule about not playing the category fast on purpose, trying to play it slowly. That squarely falls within that rule.
Yeah.
I don't
Fair
know.
enough.
It seemed like it was going pretty fast. Like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, when I did the run, I wasn't trying to play neutral debug slowly. I was trying to play regular neutral quickly, and I realized it technically counted for neutral debug, so I never tried to play anything slowly.
True.
Oh, shout out to Punch Carding Elevators, which is
Frame even.
Yeah, frame even.
Also, shoutouts to that wrong work being possible in New Game Plus.
Oh yeah, it seems like you can skip Metaton.
It's not possible to optimally wrong warp out of that room, not New Game Plus, because the text is so long that you can't mash it in time for an overflow wrong warp. And if you wait to be able to do that, then it loses time.
GeoBagel skip. This is where the next ending. See, all the like endings, like they all the end parts all blend into my head.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
probably
true.
tasked Hotland like over a dozen times at this point, between like having to restart stuff and changing the routes.
Also, is GVS there even faster?
I think we found out it was, but it was also a long time ago, so maybe I just assumed. No, I think we tested it.
I think we tested it. I don't remember
Yeah.
the result. But...
I do remember that we tested it, but I also don't remember the result.
Well, I assumed that if it was slower, then we wouldn't have put it in.
Well, see, the thing is, I don't think I put it in.
I would have been the one to put it in, and I think if we found out it was slower,
No, like
unless
in Family Ending. I don't remember if I put it in or not.
Oh.
Actually, yeah, I think I did. So yeah, we probably found that it was faster.
Alright, everybody, we're gonna pause the video right now, and Ocean Bagel's gonna go re-encode Family Ending with GeoBagel skip in it.
Gosh, yeah. I think at some point we decided we're done redoing things. We're just running with what we have.
Yeah,
if I
it was
remember right,
when Faster East West was found, and we were debating putting it in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there were a couple of simple things we put in right at the end.
Yeah,
None
like
that actually had
Virus
required
Petals
re-
was I think the last thing that we added actually.
You can see there, since we used the burnt pan and glove text a bunch, we actually had to quickly equip the burnt pan during the Rambu Kombu. And I actually had to change that back and forth a bunch depending on exactly what I had done earlier in the run, so it was kind of a pain.
Shout out.
Asgore number 4, I believe, depending on whether or not you count the Geno Asgore as the real Asgore fight.
Oh yeah.
I
Either
think
3 or
the
4.
Geno Asgore fight was a very fair one.
I think it's a half fight. An Asgore fight is an Asgore fight. You can't say it's only half.
Dang it, you made the same joke.
Does it take place in a battle controller,
Yes.
or is it just a glorified cutscene?
Well,
Oh,
it's
then it's
the
down,
same.
obviously.
It's the same fight as the Asgore intro. It's just if you're on Geno, it brings you to the Geno version of that fighting.
But it's still in-room battle.
Yeah,
Then I think it counts.
I'd count it. Yeah. Just really strong.
We put it in the trailer, so it must count.
Yeah.
Must count.
But also, consider how ugly it would look if there were 8 Asgores.
True.
You know what we could have done instead, though? We could have put True Pacifist Asgore being fireballed off the stream by Toriel.
We should have done that! We should have done that!
Or just put it in the background so that once the Asgores get hit, you see one flying behind the others.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been so good!
Oh, the ideas you have once it's too late.
Yeah, I actually just learned about not too long ago that the neutral New Game Plus Asgore, if you spare him, death scene. It's very sad.
It is quite sad, yeah.
So this will be the last time we have to wait on the title screen, because after this flag it just says ... and it's really fast.
I thought it was one more.
No, this is the last one, because then he'll just say ... Shoutouts to this room. So yeah, Undyne, she kept all the damage that we did to her, so now we can just really quickly 3-shot her. And luckily, I didn't end up having to manipulate the exact damage amounts, just because it ended up not making a difference. We do way too much damage for it to matter.
Those yellow arrows there are real wild.
Yeah.
When they go slower, you can actually block them from the wrong side because they cross the sphere's hitbox as they're trying to flip over to the other side. I actually discovered that before I even started speedrun. I was doing a no dodge challenge, slowing down the spheres all the way. You don't even have to move to dodge them, coming from the left or the right.
But does using a shield to block the bullets really count as dodging?
No, it's a block. My heart doesn't move.
Yeah, you're not dodging anything. I think that shouldn't have counted.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but in my opinion, using the shield goes against the spirit of the challenge.
I mean, obviously, yeah.
Well, I disagree. I think not using the shield goes against the challenge. I think you're making the shield dodge the bullets, which is dodging if you don't hit the bullets.
You know what else I didn't dodge? I didn't dodge Monster Kid falling down the ledge. So I had to just stand there and let Monster Kid fall. Otherwise,
No manual,
dodging it.
no manual dodging.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would count the number of re-records for this because, like, there are so many different files that have been involved that all have their own re-record counts, including, like, separate files for testing alternative versions of strats.
Oh.
So you
So
have
I
to
don't-
pull
The code I had, I just added together all of the individual re-record counts.
Right.
All of the
So
files
that's close, but that won't count like all the work I did on the Undyne ending before I found Pig, or all of the alternate strats I tried for the Exiled Queen on separate files.
a million
And-
re-records. Let's go with that.
Yeah. Yep. A million. But yeah, it was a whole ton of work, and it was a whole lot of fun.
I admit I didn't really do too much in terms of actual sitting down casting individual endings, but
Yeah, you did 4 cycle though, which was a big deal.
And also
then
made the entire thing possible, so...
with the stitching code,
Yeah.
with the stitching code, and also like the amount of work that was put into the neutral ending that we were able to build off of. Without that, this task would have taken like 4 times as long.
Yeah.
well, I'm glad I was able to do that at least. I know that neutral task did take me a while. A lot of testing things that no one's ever really tried before. Sometimes it works, sometimes it didn't. Sometimes I time things wrong and end up losing.
That only happened once, right?
Yeah. Gosh, I wish that strat was faster.
Yeah, it's
Time to
cool.
roll.
It's cool. It's too bad it's not faster. We could just all pretend like it is faster.
True.
We could ban the other strat from the rules. Then it would always be faster because the other strat wouldn't be allowed.
Next level thinking right here.
Shout outs to everyone's favorite room. Yeah, with the
Love
amount
water
of times I've passed Hotland, I'm very familiar with the water cooler room. Especially because of its effects on RNG.
Yeah. The water cooler room isn't a random amount of random calls, right?
Pick up your phone.
Yes.
Should I set that as my ringtone?
Do not.
The way the water cooler works is basically you have a random position on the bubbles. When they reach the top, they call another random position. So, yeah, depending on where they're placed, changes how fast they reach the top and how fast
Which
they call out
changes
to
how many times they reach the top in the time that it
Gotcha.
takes you to.
Yeah.
That's a little annoying.
Yeah, and the real annoying thing about it though is that it desyncs by 1.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that could be annoying, but it can also save you.
Yeah,
Have
it
to
can go both ways.
issue.
I guess my Google liked that sentence. Okay. So So the thing about RNG manipulation is that the most common way that we do it is with text, and text advances RNG by 2. So if you get your RNG is even and then you change it so it's odd, it's really, really hard to get it back to being even, which can be quite annoying.
I think I had to deal with that one time. TAS. Yeah, RNG resyncing is never a fun process.
No, it's
Always
not.
want to get it done the first time around. That's why we actually split up the tasks like this, because that way we don't have to resync everything after we.
Right. Although in that case, it's much, much harder to resync after a game restart or a death than it is to just resync when you don't have those things. Because when you don't have those things, you can just mess around with the text usually to get the RNG back on track. But if the seed changes, then you're out a lot.
Yeah. Well, you would have been out of luck. The task stitching tool helps out a lot more now.
Yes, it is actual magic.
Why does that sound like a YouTube sponsor?
And now a word from our
This stream
sponsor,
is
the
sponsored
TAS.
by Ocean Bagel's TAS tool.
I know.
Wait, so does that mean we get paid?
No.
I know.
Oh,
Bareth did the AYC tasks very recently. Actually used that.
Are you tired of
What?
RNG key-seeking when you're making TASers?
For just $9.99 a month.
Use code AME at checkout to save 20%.
That's good.
Little fun fact about this room. There's another strat where you get the first text box and then go back to the left and then get the second text box, and that way or you don't get the second text box, because if you leave the room after the first text box, the second one just doesn't spawn. So unfortunately it's very slightly slower to get that task, but I tested it. Also, thanks for the raid, Romeo. You're watching all major endings tasks. Alright, so this being the Metaton ending, we have to be Metaton alive. So
Seems like you can skip Metaton.
awesome.
So
I think we
the
skip Metaton.
So
Oh, wow,
the
really?
interesting thing about New Home is that it's not actually plot based; it's flag based. And so what that means is that completing New Home and unlocking the elevator doesn't actually set Metaton to be killed, or it doesn't not killed. Sorry, it doesn't actually set it so you can't fight Metaton anymore. So by doing this, we essentially get to skip the New Home the next time we go through.
I didn't actually realize that.
Yeah, it's entirely because it's not plot. Because if it was plot, we couldn't fight Metaton anymore.
Right.
So a very good, if confusing, decision by Toby Fox.
Yeah, I think I did a bit of routing for True 100% RTA at least, and I think that was part of it.
Yeah,
Knowing when to go through Monsterville and when to go.
yes, it definitely makes True Hundo a lot quicker and easier.
Asgore will do 3 things.
So there you can see we were able to wrong warp in because we needed to save in Judgment Hall.
Shout-outs to that combo. I think I've actually seen people do that RTA. Pretty hard to time.
What, like warp out of the room before Sand starts talking? But after...
Yeah. Like without exiting the room and going back.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, maybe with flow timer?
Goblin warp.
Oh yeah, I think maybe someone's tried it before. Sounds familiar.
Not in a run, though.
Yeah, probably not. No other ones. People.
Maybe in an IL? I don't know what the rules are for ILs, though.
Why would
The IL
ILs not
ends
allow it?
at entry barrier.
So maybe you could do it for an IL.
Game rules, no goblin warp.
No goblins. Yeah.
I mean, banning a skip just because it sucks is something that's been done in other games. And will probably be done if DPC ever gets done RTA.
Now, I think if GPC were RTA, we would have a Genocide Classic that's just no punch card, no persistence.
Genocide glitchless.
Then
No, because
maybe a Genocide glitchless, but only if we find new regular.
Genocide, no
glitches.
No
Yeah,
major
'cause-
glitches.
if we introduce Genocide glitchless, then when Geno punch card gets reworked to be RTA viable, then what would happen is all of the old Geno runs would be forced to be on the Geno leaderboard and not the Geno glitchless leaderboard because they all have SBS and early burn hand.
Yeah, we can't just do Geno glitchless. Because, yeah, for that reason. So it would have to be probably some form of Geno Classic, then a Geno glitch. If the Geno glitches even make sense alongside it. Which, I mean, it could. It's possible we find regular glitches that aren't crazy punch card persistence things at save time. One of them's, there's some weird things around Toriel, possibly leading to a wrong warp in that room. That would save, what, 3 seconds?
Oh, true.
That would be another big one.
So you can see there, we quit right as we touched the door. Because touching the door is when the rules consider the ending to be over. So now we're going back to kill Metaton because of dog ending. And this strat by Swool is actually really cool. You can't quite see it.
Yeah, so basically what happened is, normally what you would do is you would kill Metaton, and then... Okay, I'm trying to remember how exactly this strat works RTA.
You save in the elevator, I believe.
Oh, right, yeah. So, yeah, normally what you would do is you would kill Metaton and then save in, I think, Judgment Hall. And then come back for the No King ending to kill Astigmatism. But what I've done is I've actually left the room from the bottom using various glitches. Which will just put the save a little bit closer to where we have to load.
That attack has some RNG. It's over as soon as you kill the last robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Swool having a really tough time with that.
That particular attack, the RNG manip on it is so bad. I tried, like, everything up to, like, a 6-frame manip, every combination for, like, 3 previous turns, and did not get better than that. So now we're going to skip Metaton, who we just killed.
Yes, it's the ghost of Metaton, because whether or not Metaton appears there isn't tied to whether he's killed, it's tied to where you are in the plot. So just ghost Metaton shows up. You can kill him again. You can get to like arbitrary love. It's like a category, but we don't care because he's already dead. So
I can't wait for the Love 20 task.
Oh gosh, yeah.
but
Wonder
it's-
if you could just copy paste inputs.
You can
Probably,
copy paste
yeah.
a lot of it, like everything except the actual fight itself.
right.
I mean, at a certain point, you get past the RNG part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it would just be like modifying the middle 2 bars of the pan.
Oh
We
yeah.
have Love 20 neutral, Love 20 TPE. When's Love 20 genocide coming out?
I mean, Love 19 genocide is a thing.
Oh, that would be cool.
It's just Jenna with the punch card. All fun and games until we find punch cardless sand skip.
Level 1 Jenna.
I don't think that one's possible. Unless we have a way to kill stuff without increasing our love.
Or we get negative XP somehow.
I mean, you do lose 1 experience point from Napstable, but it's not actually
That's
real.
not, that's not execution points. Well.
Experience points. It's not
Right.
execution points.
This game is very silly.
Rookie's pretty high. Oh,
Gosh, look at all those pens we're getting.
I know, right? It would have been helpful in Toriel.
Yeah.
Oh man, I should have run into the hands to skip the turn.
Yeah, how come we didn't think of that earlier? It's like a huge time save.
And there's Asgore.
That's Asgore number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5.5.
And Asgore's an Asgore.
You can't say it's only half. If we ever do AME Task V2, we're putting an Asgore as an Asgore. You can't say it's only half in the Metaton.
Yeah.
Actually, though, keep it in mind for True Hundo, because, like, we have a lot of Metaton essays in True Hundo.
So are we really doing True Hunter?
I
I don't
route
know.
for it kicking, but I don't think so, no. Maybe if we could get, like, 20 people on it, but no.
And remember, Metaton is still dead.
Yes, he is.
Replaced by the colored tile puzzle. Snowy.
True.
specifically the Snowden one. Very important.
Yeah, I never got who this Metaton character is that just comes out of nowhere in the like at the end of the game as the final boss of the area. It doesn't make sense. Like you'd think they'd introduce him a little bit more.
Crazy, huh?
I think they originally did, but then they added the punch card.
Oh yeah. They removed the quiche, but they didn't look hard enough. That's how we discovered the punch card, right? Was when Toby revealed that the quiche was broken, and people were like, "Oh, I wonder if any other items are broken."
Maybe? Sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, I remember hearing something like that.
I know they just happened to have the punch card in their inventory for unrelated reasons. Glad they did.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure it would have
Undertale
been
would
found
have
eventually.
died. Undertale would have died if nobody ever found the punch card. Glitchless categories,
We would have figured it out eventually, right?
not if the
Yeah,
game
I'm
died.
sure someone would have.
If it wasn't discovered that day, I bet it would be discovered yesterday.
Yeah, maybe. But the point is, regardless, its discovery did save Undertale because glitchless RPG games aren't always interesting to speedrun.
Yeah, that's true.
No, feel like.
Although, I mean, the genocide category is pretty popular.
Yeah, but it's
And
also a
if you
slot
ignore
machine.
task stuff, it's
And there's also like
uh,
technically two
punch.
glitches.
But like, yeah, imagine if there were two categories: genocide, also genocide, but you don't finish, and pacifist.
genocide,
Yeah.
but you don't finish it.
Genocide, but you get bored halfway through.
Yeah.
Genocide, but Muffet is too hard.
Genocide, but you realize murder's wrong.
Wait, murder's wrong?
Character.
Damn, you made that discovery quite quickly. Usually you only make it about 40 minutes into the run.
Yeah, you
Alright.
just forget that you're not supposed to kill things. You get to Metaton and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, Metaton. Scared me into being good.
Except that you still kill
Never mind,
Metaton.
I prepared to kill it the whole time.
Alright, so that's the entire neutral branch done. And we have a new fun value. Maybe we'll get Gaster this time.
Yes, from here on out, we're on the pacifist branch, which means we do pacifism, and pacifism is not killing anything, so we won't kill anything from here on out.
Totally.
I'll let you. Asgard scope still gets to do that.
Yeah, Asgard doesn't count, because, like, reasons.
He stinks.
If you kill someone
We
and then
reload
time
to
travel to
before
before you killed
Love time travel.
them.
You know,
Oh, that's
you,
cheap.
you kill your
See-
grandfather and then time travel to the back before you killed your grandfather. Still alive?
So, what's interesting is that it's not actually... Technically, reloading to a different save is a different thing than time travel, which also exists in this game as a glitch that we found.
Yeah.
That is surprisingly completely useless for all major ending.
Starts a completely new multiverse.
Speaking of multiverse glitches, a huge one that we could potentially eventually find is being able to skip this next cutscene. Because there's an autosave in there that prevents a lot of
That
crazy
saves
save file strats.
That saves 10 hours in True Hundo. It saves the entire run in New Game Plus TPE if it weren't banned. And it also probably saves some amount of time in all major endings, but I haven't been super like big about routing it yet. Because the glitch doesn't exist.
The reason is there's an autosave there. That's the first autosave in the whole game. And is right before the point where you can die. You can skip the autosave and then die. Get sent back to whatever your previous save file was.
Or whatever your previous autosave file was if you weren't allowed to
autosave
save.
file.
Yeah, if you weren't allowed to save the game, which is very useful for True Pacifists, because it means that you don't have to do the saveless endings that's really saveless. You can reload back to the middle of them.
True.
That reminds me of that. That reminds me of that FNAF security breach category.
Not familiar with it.
Oh, basically, in FNAF security breach, when you die, when you don't already have a save file, you reload to the. Wait, no. Hold on, let me remember how it goes. When you start a new game in FNAF security breach, it doesn't start a new save file. So if you die, it reloads to the save file you had in the last run. So say that save file was say at the end of the game, you win.
Yeah, that's basically what would happen if we skipped that autosave, because it's that autosave is the point where the game actually creates your save file. So if we could find a way to either die before that autosave or skip it entirely. And skipping it entirely seems more likely.
You can reload the game.
Yeah, and we can do that with the punch card, but the problem is you don't
You
have
can
the
reload
punch
the
card.
game with a punch card.
This is
No, you
huge
can
for
skip
EPC
that whole
100%.
cutscene.
See, the thing about reloading the game is that it doesn't reload you to your autosave, so that means that if you can't save for whatever reason, whether it's because you already have another save file stored or you're doing a no-save thing for True Hundo, then you can't reload without being able to do this death warp. Another interesting fact about Death Warp is that it would make hard mode relevant to like main game categories because you die faster in hard mode.
That would be funny. Doing hard mode strats in no save neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah, you literally
I-
just you name yourself Frisk and then you die.
Fortunately, I'm pretty sure it doesn't carry over when we the other save
It
file.
does not. I have tested it. It does not carry over the hard mode status, and even if it did, nothing outside of Ruins actually checks for hard mode.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Fleeing is still the same hard mode version.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Anyway, we're getting pretty lucky here. TAS
Yeah,
is very
a little
lucky.
bit.
I think
Yeah,
it's
we
quite-
might
it's
want to
getting
look into
unlucky.
beating here. TAS is
I don't
a
know. It's
little too
taking
lucky.
it's getting a bit unlucky. It's taking a lot of damage. I'm not sure if it'll survive.
I mean,
Yeah, it
look
looks
how
like it
fast
just
it did
barely
it.
survived.
It must be dream luck. We'll have to like launch an investigation.
Yeah, get an astrophysicist.
It turns out
Yeah.
that this task, wait for it, was tasked.
No,
Well,
you're lying.
You mean tell me that TAS isn't real? My day is
TAS isn't-
ruined.
TAS isn't real. It can't hurt you.
Anime is real.
True.
I think I heard something. Isn't it faster to tell Undyne anime isn't real? I think I heard that something.
I believe that is faster, yeah.
Probably not RTA because you'd have to interrupt your mashing a little bit. So and it's
Oh yeah,
probably really
RTA it's
close,
faster
so-
to just like mash.
Just include like a right button press in the middle of your piano mesh, in my opinion.
yeah, just be piano mashing and then spamming the right button.
Use a
Same
foot
time.
pedal. Hook up
And
a
then
foot
just-
pedal to the
And
right
then just
pedal,
button.
hope you get it. That's what I do for
Or-
the Toriel in Ruins. Because it works like half the time.
Oh, one random thing that we never mentioned. That Toriel cutscene of Toriel dying is actually rather than just slowing the cutscene down, Toby Fox slowed the game down by lowering its frame rate.
Yeah, same with
Lowered
the
to
the
20
as
frames
with
per second, which is very inconvenient for encoding at 30 frames per second.
Which is why we have to encode at 60 frames per second instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So because of these like couple hundred frames of actual video, we have to encode the whole thing at twice the frame rate.
Here's another
I think
thing.
it's better anyway because sometimes you have half frames due to lag, especially in that phone call room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
Here's another thing. I actually have to go now. I'm not gonna be able to commentate anymore. I'll hang out in the chat though, but I can't.
All right. Thanks for
Okay.
joining
Not a
us.
problem. Thanks for
Alright.
joining us. Yeah, we'll see you
Good
around.
luck. Good luck commentary.
Thanks. I
All right,
think
thanks.
we might be on record pace here. So yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
It's
they might get world record. I
it's
mean,
close though. We'll have to get like really good luck though in order to get world records. So hopefully that happens.
yeah, it's very tight. It seems to be like a short 15 minutes to something. I don't know.
I'm gonna actually
it's-
check. I'm gonna
it's
go look
gonna
at the world record and see how far ahead we
It's
are.
gonna be really close. I hope you you guys clutch out the world record. Alright, see ya.
See ya.
Fortunately, no funnies here. It's not worth it because you
Yeah, it just loses time.
just have to stand here and wait for them to finish. funny little misconception that's actually gone around regarding that sword. There used to be advice that speedrunners gave: chase the sword down because it makes it go fast. That's the opposite of true.
Yeah, that actually makes it slower.
Yeah, the sword speeds up the further to the right you go in the battle box.
So
The further away it is, it's faster.
We are currently about 25 minutes ahead of world record.
Kind of fast.
Wow. A little bit. How else did she ask for world reward?
It's great for RNG manipulating this encounter right here. Or this step count, I mean.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's very useful. Because that step count, you want it to be as high as possible because you're menu buffering over to do the thing, and you want that to be as little menu buffering as possible.
Exactly.
Menu buffering is half the speed as walking.
I remember I would always, in that puzzle room, I'd always like lose frames to not wall clipping.
There's a funny little strat there at the end of the last room where you use the end of the cutscene to wrong rope. Hardly noticeable, but here on the bridge instead of on the snow to the left.
Barely saves
Just
time.
Yeah, it saves like 5 frames or something.
RTA viable?
I mean, it doesn't
yeah.
lose time to go for it,
Yeah.
so yeah.
It's pretty much the same as that one with the Napstabloot cutscene after Mad Dummy. But like people go for
That was a
one.
little easier to set up.
Yeah. But like
it
if
should
you're
be the
already
same.
going for Geostrat there, then
Alright, seems like TAS might go for ignore strats, which could be a big mistake if they get unlucky.
No.
I think that joke
hope
will
some good
never
RNG.
not be funny.
This is a funny strat taken from low percent, where you don't have the stick. So the strat is to ignore the dog until it runs away. So it saves time if you get all of the dog skips. Partly because the cutscene afterwards is a lot faster. So you saw the dog just runs away there. But normally the dog would hop out of the armor, lick you, and then jump back in and then walk slowly away.
Right, it's
So it's
something
more
like
turns, but less time.
something like 1 in 8 to be. It's 1 in 8 to be faster, and then if you get 2 of the dog attacks, then it loses like a second, and 4 it loses like 3, I think. Don't quote me on that.
Outright.
yeah, that's close.
But it's generally not worth it RTA unless you want to push your luck.
Yeah.
But again, in low percent, it's required. Because the only other strat is the yellow credit version of that fight, which is a lot longer.
So unfortunately,
I love 1%.
unfortunately between tassing the previous endings and this one, we kind of forgot how to do Papyrus.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No.
This strat is faster.
We don't die.
Yeah, dying is faster, or getting captured rather, because we have much less health because we didn't kill Toriel.
The fight is this is the first ending where we don't need to kill Papyrus.
That is not true.
Oh no,
We
Papyrus
cannot
ending.
kill
Yeah,
Papyrus
yeah,
in
yeah.
the Papyrus ending.
That
Hence
is
why it's
case.
called that.
Alleged. Who
The
knows?
Papyrus ending. The Papyrus ending spares Papyrus.
The Papyrus ending, where
Resurrected
Toriel is
Papyrus
the...
ending. Pull out
I actually was
Undertale
messing
AU
around.
to get some new ending.
I was messing around with some like time travel strats around Papyrus, but I couldn't end up finding anything that really worked.
Unfortunate. One more.
Sadly, no shed skip.
Yeah, it's the early punch card only.
I still think all major endings with the early punch card mod might be interesting.
Maybe.
Oh, with the modded version?
Yeah, the one where you, rather than a save file, you use a mod, because otherwise, you know, you only get the early punch card for one of the branches.
Yeah, that makes sense. That might be. Although, most of the game is spent after you get the punch card anyway, so
True.
I think that's why
But-
early punch card is so popular. 'Cause that's only the part that.
Yeah. But, I mean, the big thing is, it changes your routing completely, because it lets you have the punch card in the Geno branch without having to do GPC. So it completely changes around the mountain.
You basically just offload the entire neutral section into Geno.
Yeah, except for Dog and No King, because you
Right.
can't.
And then you just do like a regular dog ending run, except early punch card.
Yeah, would you do that autosave skip strat? Assume you would.
Probably.
Yeah, I think there might be a use case for it. I'd have to go back and route knowing about it, but yeah. Yeah, I think the big use case for it would be that you would save before Toriel, and then do dog ending, and then autosave warp for No King, and then reload to get Exiled Queen and Family and True Pacifist.
Shoutouts to Thursday.
Thursday? Is that just when you encoded this, or is it like...
No,
does it
it's
work?
actually determined by the system clock.
And we use the system clock for start time manip, right?
Actually, no. We use the monotonic clock. It's a different clock, so you can set the system clock during the run, but not the monotonic clock. But I believe we started the system clock at 0. So it's whatever 0 seconds Unix time would be.
Which would be January 1st, 1970, which is...
Day of the week was that? Is that a Thursday? Probably Thursday.
I think it's a Thursday, yeah.
It is, in fact, a Thursday.
There we go.
So in True Hundo, that might actually say Friday. Or no, I think
That's true.
I think sub 24-hour True Hundo would be possible in a TAS.
Oh yeah, easily. Especially with better routing.
Yeah, I've been working on like a TP or a True Hundo TAS route. I just, since we're never actually gonna make the True Hundo TAS, I haven't really thought that much about it.
Piggle, you have to say the thing.
Oh yeah, we did a Jasper for River Goblin War. Shout out to Jasper.
No moonwalking.
So sad.
You know what? Forget about the autosave skip. The most important strat in Undertale that's yet to be found is frame even moonwalking.
Just passing several spears directly through Frisk's head there.
Hitbox jank is like probably the oldest glitch in video games. But
It's
I
not
mean,
even a
in this
glitch.
case, it's kind of hard because the hitbox is set the way it is so that you don't hit your head against a wall through
Right.
next in the wall.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But it makes things like this look weird. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be at head level and it passes straight through.
Should honestly just have like a separate hitbox that the spears hit.
Yeah, separate hitboxes and hurtboxes are like common in all sorts of games.
Only game maker supported.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that would make sense then.
You can substitute out the mask, but
Yeah, or just have two
it would
objects.
only be one at a time.
Just have two objects that are like parented to one another, and then
Oh,
the
yeah.
second object gets hit by the spheres.
Yeah, you could do that too. It would have to be custom like that.
It'd be a lot of work though.
You could also just move all of the collision at the top of the rooms up a few units.
Yeah, you could. That would be a lot of effort though.
Set the spear hitboxes to slightly lower than where the spear actually is.
Undyne fight moment.
Yeah, but see, if you did that, then you could get Frisk's feet to go through, probably, maybe. Yes. Hitboxes are just a hard problem to solve.
Yeah. And it's funnier this way anyway.
Yes. Shoutouts to the statue, which we can telepathically put an umbrella on. Not actually, it just displays the text, it doesn't actually set the umbrella.
Oh.
Shoutouts to this.
So I was watching that back on the stream because I wasn't sure if I said it correct. Did you make Monster Kid face upwards in that hole?
Yes, I did.
I didn't know that was a thing.
How? How did you do that?
I don't remember.
That's hilarious. Yeah, sometimes I watch through some of these and I'm like, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, there's not really much interesting to talk about since we've already seen this a couple times before. We're gonna have Early Burnt Pan again, and Mad Dummy skip again, but no Force Cycle this time because we're skipping the Mad Dummy.
Yeah, thankfully only one Mad Dummy, or nope, only one Force Cycle in this TAS.
Oh, there are a ton in True Hundo.
Yeah.
Like, even if we do it on 1.001, which we shouldn't, there are a ton. But on 1.0, it's way worse.
So another funny thing here, that if you were somehow able to gain movement during this whole cutscene, you're still in the same room. While these words are on the screen, Frisk is just sitting there diagonally from falling off the ledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5e does that in the meme task, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
hilarious. It's
Incredibly. You just see Frisk
moving around
just
the words,
moving
peek out from
around
behind it.
diagonal. Some nice walking on water there. You can mash with the arrow keys, apparently, according to our Twitch chat.
Mash with the arrow keys. Shoutouts to Deltarune.
Is that a thing in Deltarune?
In one case, you have to mash the arrow. 2 cases, you have to mash. 1 case, you have to mash the arrow. The other case I was thinking of, you mash all of the keys. Just
Oh,
mash
for the sync.
Yeah, the sink. I forgot about the sink.
The other one is standing up after you fall down one of the things.
Oh, right, yeah, at the beginning of chapter 1.
Falling down, isn't that an Undertale reference?
Gosh, Undertale references in Deltarune.
Who would
I
have
wonder
thought?
if there are any Deltarune references in Undertale.
No way,
Susan,
right?
I wonder if the devs of the two game know each other, talked
Yeah.
about it, and maybe
Maybe.
added references to each other's game. Oh, shout out to the bird, by the way.
We love
Yeah.
the bird.
I think I did find the reference to when we first realized that we could just say no to the bird. I think it was a video Gene posted.
Like, was it just him walking up to the bird and saying no, or was he doing the full, like, overflow thing? Because I think the first one would have been funnier, but the second one would have been clearer.
Screen number 2, by the way.
Exciting.
Also, something that I probably should have mentioned a bit earlier. Later in this branch, there's going to be a lot of text corruption going on. So rather than disposing of, our plethora of items, um, I'm actually saving them. And you saw earlier, I used the box to sort of reorder the inventory to put them in a more convenient order.
Oh, yeah, if you guys haven't seen what a True Pacifist Undyne date TAS looks like, you're in for an interesting experience.
Yeah.
That was wild. I don't know how half of those things were even possible.
Wasn't there, like, a whole bunch of work we had to do around Undyne chasing us?
Oh yeah, I did, probably not what I should have done, but I did an exhaustive search, of every possible, movement pattern in this room.
Wow.
Or not every movement pattern, but every possible, time that you could switch sides. And actually, I didn't even do that. I did a bit more optimization than that, but, yeah.
Pretty wild.
Nice hitboxes.
And what's really funny is that I didn't even manage to save another step over what I just did RTA.
That's hilarious.
Well, the important thing that we know now.
Yeah.
And then you could see we actually we hit Undyne there, and that's going back to dealing damage to enemies can skip phases of their boss fight. So by hitting Undyne with the burnt pan, we can advance her boss fight to the point where we can run away, which makes it so that instead of losing time, early burnt pan saves time. And it's still RNG, isn't it?
Yes. In Pacifist, it's RNG, and
Well-
in Neutral, it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, because in neutral you kill the Temmie.
Here is new old news discovered by myself.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit earlier. Beowulf loses time, in such a way that it is faster to not do.
Of these upwarps, they look hilarious.
Yeah.
It's everyone's favorite room.
Gotta love the water cooler room.
We love the water cooler. It allows Frisk to stay hydrated.
Exactly.
Heck yeah.
Oh my gosh. So if we do ever get true hundo tasks, first of all, there'd have to be like 20 people, but also imagine the commentary.
We would not do commentary of that. I think.
We'd have to do it in shifts, I think. We'd
Yeah.
have to have like different people on.
Time for my 8-hour commentary shift.
Yeah.
I think that would be something that, like, if we ever did do that, we could submit it to, like, really, really long-a-thon. You know,
Yeah.
that marathon of super long games. True Hundo is
Yeah.
probably not viable for something like that because, like, you know, it's hard to even finish it.
Right.
RTA at least. But,
Yeah, if it
but
were
for
a task.
yeah.
Plus, like I said,
Worth
in order
something.
for me to even consider working on this, there would have to be enough people that we could like swap out and have people like sleep
Right.
and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be under 24 hours, so it would be at least conceivable that someone could stay up through the whole thing.
Well, I mean, maybe it could be a lot faster, depending on what kind of task strats we have.
True.
Yeah, I've already found some. But like I said, since we're never actually going to task this, I'm not super invested.
True.
Usually it's trying to find an RTA strat and then being told that it's way too hard.
Yeah.
Again with this empty room, it's so weird.
Maybe that's for the DLC.
Maybe.
Oh, true. I can't wait for the DLC to come out.
Yeah. Undertale Chapter 2.
Ew. I just thought of something random from like 4 endings ago. I talked about how I don't do funny movement very often because I'm lazy.
Mhm.
It turns out that there's one room at the end of Ruins where you have to do funny movement. Like, Frisk shaking back and forth while walking down actually saves a frame.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I don't think I did that on the neutral task. It was discovered right afterward.
It wouldn't have desynced, would it? Oh yeah, it would have been a what's it called? The Mad Dummy.
Would have been a frame difference, yeah.
Unfortunate.
Just add a sneaky frame loss somewhere else.
Just mod out the part where the RNG seed gets reset on death.
Exactly.
No one would ever know. I suppose they would know when they got the LTM file and tried to play it back.
Yeah. Oddly enough, people have faked tasks before like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, like, in the sense that you're, like, reducing the workload for yourself. But obviously cheating is bad and you shouldn't do it.
Yeah. And usually I think the people who do that don't ever submit the actual input file, and so no one ever confirms that it's fake. But then people actually do confirm it's fake, and then there's enough uncertainty from people who don't know the game that it's an unfortunate situation, but it happens sometimes.
But, like, yeah, it would be really easy to fake an Undertale task just because of how, like, subtle it would be to just sort of tweak the RNG in your favor a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of saving time. But also then, like, at that point, you may as well just drop the pretense and say that this is a proof of concept task with optimized RNG or something. Or fixed RNG. Like, why claim it's legit if it's not?
Yeah, I don't know why
Okay, so I did do GPS. I'm gonna guess that we found it to be faster then.
Probably.
That's right afterwards. Trying to get to the room transition from the living room on the right side. That's really close to being
Yeah, that one's
a skip.
super.
Yeah.
Oh, that one. I was thinking of the other one with the key. That one's super annoying and super tight to get it to be perfect.
But if we could skip that second left side encounter,
Yeah.
going left first would be faster in neutral.
Yeah,
That was one thing I had looked into. Very disappointing. That was just a few frames off.
Man, Toriel should
Shoutouts
really pick
again
up her
for-
phone.
Yeah, nobody picked up. In the other endings, it says, but nobody came, which is sad. Because she dead.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Maybe she should have more supportive. Trans rights.
Trans rights.
Trans rights. As the movement during Monster Tale there
Oh
spelled
yeah,
out.
that's totally a thing. I forgot about that.
Is this the second to last Asgore?
Believe so, yeah.
Yes. Well, it's the second to last Asgore that we kill. Toriel kills the last Asgore.
Flies across the screen. I love that whole style. It's not actually making a ragdoll animation, but just moving the sprite.
Yeah.
Man, funny movement is actually really cool to watch. It just takes for freaking ever to do.
Yeah. It can definitely be a pain, especially if you like have to go back and change anything.
Yeah, that's the big reason why I don't do it, because if you change something and the RNG changes, then you're out of luck, and you have to redo it again, so I just don't bother.
You can get pretty close to these fireballs here.
Yeah, they have some nice hitboxes.
I think I have to think about it, but I think there was at least one Asgore that I had to do.
Oh yeah, it would have been Metaton,
It was the
right?
one I
The
did the
desync?
new homework, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause
remember which one it was.
It was the Metaton ending, I believe.
Oh.
Still don't know what happened there, but... Oh yeah, I don't remember if it ended up making it in, but didn't Blue, like, add a whole bunch of funny movement to one of my sections at some point?
I
Yeah.
think one of the Asgores, yeah. But unfortunately, something was wrong with how many splits there were. It's pretty close to the time I had to start encoding it, so I had to go back in mine and fix it on that. We have a lot of funny Asgore stuff in.
Yeah, I'm already starting to lose my mind a little bit. I don't think a true hundo commentary would be possible to survive.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, if you run the category,
I
It
don't
does
think
get
I
kind
ever
of-
will. I
it
might
does get
maybe.
really hard to even talk. I know there were a few endings where I was just sitting there just playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might do an EPC true hundo at some point, but never the full thing.
How long do you think EPC?
12
Save no
hours, I
saves.
think. It's only like 13 hours long, I think. I have a route for it.
It's nothing.
No, it's not. It's like downright viable.
Could possibly do it in one sitting if you really stretched it, or you could do it in 2 settings pretty easily.
Yeah. It's just a matter of nobody's ever gone through and proof of concepted the route. Like, I've only gotten like 6 endings in when I tried to do that. So hopefully my strat works. Ended up finding out that you actually crash the game if you do a death warp, autosave skip death warp after fighting Flowey. So that was, we had to account for that in the routing.
Nice. Very slightly unoptimal. I think you should kill a stigmatism first.
Oh shoot!
Is there really a difference there?
I don't know. Oh,
I remember before the Geno tournament, I mapped out every single encounter here to try to find the best possible one, and then
yeah, if
I think it was
remember
all
right-
of them ended up being equal except for the Night magic. You always
Yeah,
find the magic.
'cause I remember something similar. This was actually the first ending I ever
frog and
cast,
not give.
and I believe that from the first time I did this to the last time, I ended up saving over a minute.
Yeah.
Because literally, I downloaded Live Task for the first time and then made this ending. So that was way back in October of 2021. Yeah, 21, long time ago.
Yeah, the technical Undertale community has really grown the past couple years. Since probably around 2020, I think would be around the time I started the neutral TAS. Back then it was like maybe 2 people actively TASing. But we're up to, I mean, I guess it's hard to say actively TASing, but actively participating in the technical Undertale community. Probably at least 10 people.
Yeah. It's really cool to see, honestly.
And some of the coolest discoveries have been made the past couple of years too. A lot of the meme task stuff, that's been wild to see, stuff I would never thought about. A lot of the proof of concept, Geno punch card, those type of things, like it's just been insane.
I think the craziest thing, and maybe I'm biased because I found it, was that we can now date Sans after killing him.
I don't remember that one, but that sounds hilarious.
Yeah, at the very end of the task, 5Us loads it up and goes back to the hotel and just dates Sans.
That's awesome.
It's good.
This
Coming
is
to the
last
end of
Asgore kill.
the final Asgore kill here.
Heck yeah. And there are also even more opportunities to find new things. We have some unexplored mechanics that we haven't really done much with. Instance ID overflow is a big one.
I don't think that's real. I don't believe in it.
It's a ghost. The problem with instance ID overflow is just the numbers are so high you have to reach. It's hard to even do anything with it. But there's that. There's probably even more with persistence glitch, some wild memory corruption, weird crashes.
Yeah, like, for example, time travel is not even used in this task, even though it was already discovered. So I'm sure there's more stuff around time travel that could be discovered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's like Undyne persistence time travel that
Oh yeah, for True
we use in
Hundo.
True Hundo.
Saves like 20 minutes, but it's also multiple frame perfect glitches, so...
Yeah.
Well, technically, if you do it on 1.0, it's only one frame perfect glitch, but
Oh, yeah. Just time travel to the end of the run, exactly.
Yes.
Alright, so now we're in the final ending here, the True Pacifist ending. Gonna do the
Which
dates.
is actually subtly different from the True Pacifist part of the True Pacifist ending, because we can save in core.
Yeah, so we skipped like 2 rooms. And then I also made a couple of changes. I fixed a slight error that I made in the original TPU task where I did one text corruption with an item and one with a phone call that I should have switched.
What's the difference between? I mean, I know the item is probably
Um,
a
if
little faster.
uh, if you're corrupting multiple sets of text boxes with a single thing, then you want to use the one with the fewer text boxes on the one with more things that you're corrupting.
Oh, right. And since item takes an extra input to open less text than the cell phone.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Overflowing the sword to open the dog drawer to corrupt some text there.
That's how that works, and that also has like utility. It's not just a funny.
No, it saved a couple of frames, yeah.
What I want to know is how you got out the window. What the heck happened?
Yeah, nothing in this room has collision anymore.
But we just deletes the collision.
Yeah.
What,
That's
why?
wild.
Well, it probably just activates phasing. I don't actually remember.
That makes sense. But like, the heck?
Yeah, this is glorious.
Yeah.
Shout outs to the T-Box, by the way.
Oh yeah.
True.
Also, we're gonna. I haven't actually been corrupting text. I've just been opening it for the funny. But now it's actually corrupting the text, and also interrupting the music.
Gosh.
Of course, Undyne punches the fridge.
A fun thing about this room is that if we had the save wrong warp glitch from Deltarune in Undertale, we would actually be able to skip the Papyrus date by save wrong warping into this room.
That's amazing.
You know, one thing I still don't understand is where the tomato sauce goes. Like, it's on your face sometimes, and then sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Oh no, Undyne's dead.
Yeah, there's actually a bunch of interesting stuff around. Like I modded in save wrong warps, and there's a bunch of interesting stuff. You can like skip Papyrus, you can skip Hotland and Core, whole bunch of stuff. Actually,
Gosh.
technically, you skip all the way between left floor 2 of Hotland and the very end of Core and Metaton skip.
Yeah, that's a real funny thing. Save wrong warps.
Yeah, it just so happens that the left floor 1 elevator is right before the Core elevator in the room list. So if you just save in that elevator room, then you use the save wrong warp mod, then you just get warped to the next room.
It's convenient.
Oh yeah, it also has a 1 in 30 skip. That lets you skip the Sands and Papyrus cutscene, but it's a 1 in 30 chance.
Nice.
All sorts of interesting stuff in that mod.
Funny
Now we get
music
to,
here because of the date skips.
Yeah. Get to listen to this music for a little bit longer.
Don't even hear the music accelerating.
Oh geez, did we get up to 120 key presses per second at some point?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
There is none.
It was just a
To be
funny.
funny,
Yeah.
I guess.
I love how, like, until right then and there, it was just the same music, because we skipped all the triggers to change it. An interesting New Game Plus exclusive glitch here that we don't do, because it's a very specific glitch that doesn't work here, unfortunately. I was thinking about making it work earlier, but I think it would just be too much. It would not save time.
Yeah, you would have to.
Maybe, like, you'd
I
have to do
mean-
some you'd have to do some wacky stuff. It wouldn't.
What you could do is do True Pacifist and then Exiled Queen.
But you'd have to do
Except
True
that you couldn't do
Pacifist.
that because it saves your game. So no,
Oh, yeah.
it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to get past the point of. Well, no, because you can unlock True Lab and then go.
Yeah, it would be weird.
Yeah.
Plus, also, you'd have to do Exiled Queen after, which you'd have to route around all the kills on Exiled Queen. So
It's a real short time save.
yeah,
Just go through that one room. Large amount of time left to offset it.
no spoilers on what the end time's gonna be. I know it, but I'm not gonna tell you. You're just gonna have to wait. Oh, we should have put a prediction up for what people think the final time is gonna be.
40000.00.
I know I had one for the neutral TAS, and a lot of people were.
Yeah, I think that if I didn't know, I would have predicted a 4-2x or a 4-1x at the very beginning, if I wasn't involved and obviously knew exactly what was going on.
Honestly, I think I would have gone like 340 or something. I mean, obviously, it's not a 340. We know that now, but
I will say, as a hint, that we agreed that we would go back and be more aggressive about optimizing RNG if we were within a few frames, or I think it may have even been like a few seconds of getting sub 4. So that is your hint. Which the hint is that it's not going to be like 40001, because if it was, then we would have optimized more.
yeah, the thing with anything like this is that you can always improve. You're never going to get it absolutely perfect, especially for a long run like this. The only actual perfect task would be something really, really short. A single
Or
room proof of
something with
concept.
frame rules.
Yeah, that too.
Yes, the final time is currently a secret.
Yeah. We'll see it soon enough. In between 0 seconds and 1 hour.
That's a pretty good range.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Maybe we found a glitch to finish True Pacifist right now.
No, I guess not.
That would be cool.
That's for version 2. AME 2. 10 years when we're using reverse bed skip to get to the end of the game.
The Save Wrong Warp mod actually has a really big skip in True Lab that skips like a whole bunch of the amalgamates.
Oh
In-
wow!
Endogeny skip.
Like, so endogeny is a normal strat in True Pacifist. Endogeny skip is using some funny punch card stuff to set up a save that skips endogeny skip in the IL, and then this would be skipping that. So
It
endogeny
saves
skip.
like 5 seconds, but the setup for it takes like an extra hour, so it's only worth it in ILs.
Nice.
And people are not really happy about that because it's strats in ILs that not only never would be, but can't be used in a full game run. So
Well,
it
I mean,
was-
it could be used in a full game run if you wanted to lose time.
but doing a run where you lose time on purpose is also not allowed.
Well, it's not count on purpose, but yeah, for IL strats, they're supposed to be faster in the IL, even if it's not necessarily faster full game. There's a different type of leaderboard for fast segments in a run. That's what people do best theoretical times.
Yeah, it just gets interesting that there are some strats that are really, really slow, but because it's an IL, it's fine actually.
Yeah.
Just an interesting consequence.
Yep.
Isn't there something with like pressing space here or something?
Yeah, on 1.0, if you press space, it triggers their kissing animation. You can
Nice.
do it early, and you can do it late. You press it right now, and they'll start kissing in this cutscene.
That's hilarious. Also, homophobic Toriel, not letting them kiss.
Imagine.
Wow, Toriel.
I mean, granted, we also did skip the Royal Guards, and we skipped letting them find their true feelings for one another, so
Oh.
maybe we're the bad guy.
Well, I mean, they eventually find their true feelings for each other at the end of True Pacifist, so I think
That's true.
Yeah. Because the game doesn't actually check if you got their yellow credits. It just assumed you did because there's no way not to.
Right.
yeah, it doesn't even have a white credit option.
Same with Muppet.
I guess it's interesting considering how many different things they put in this game. And I guess they knew that it's not skippable. I guess we forgot to point out this Asgore quote-unquote kill.
Oh, yeah, that counts, doesn't it? So what's that, 11 Asgore
Yeah.
kills? Because Toriel kills him and then Flowey does?
Yeah.
Also, shoutouts to Muffet being underneath Asgore's Goku, but in front of his legs.
Wait, who? I don't know most of these people.
I know that Monster Kid, fortunately, but I don't know any of the others. Spoilers, by the way, if you haven't played through Undertale.
Yeah, Flowey is Azrael, actually.
Unused spider enemy, yeah. Don't know what that's doing here. I guess it's like Piffins in Deltarune. Just throwing in an unused character at the end.
I
Nice
mean, does it
quad
really
on Azrael.
count as does it really count as a spoiler if we play the game so fast that you can't see what's going on?
Oh, I had to redo this portion too, by the way. So the funny thing with this specific attack
Oh yeah.
is it's not actually RNG. It's determined only by the system time. Or the monitor clock specifically. No, neither of those things. The frame count. So that the file time. In-game time, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That attack is determined by the in-game time. It's one of the only attacks in the whole game. It's like there was a weird desync that happened here. Love this music, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Toby Fox.
Honestly, one of
Musical
the
genius.
one of the composers of all time.
Definitely one of them.
Toby, I wrote one leitmotif in 2014 and I've been using it to write every single song for the past 9 years, Fox.
And it works.
It does work, I'll give him that.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that people, that probably one of the things that attracts people to Undertale's music is all of the different connections that it makes throughout the game. Like the different little themes that give you emotional connections to different parts of the game. Putting it all together here.
Yeah.
It was just great.
I can't remember what it was, but I thought I noticed a really obscure one that I'd never seen anybody else comment on. I think it was in Battle Against the True Hero, but that's all I remember about it.
Oh, please don't let it be Gaster. People find Gaster's theme everywhere for some reason.
Oh god, it might have been Gaster. There's,
Oh, no.
There's a non-zero chance it was Gasper. Gaster.
And like 90% of the so-called Gaster themes people find is just unrelated music that happens to go up and then down. They're like, oh, it's Gaster now.
Wow, the music goes
More
doot
to
doot.
it than
Must be
up
Gaster.
and down. Oh no, the music looped.
It's kind of funny to me that like it's not possible to beat this fight before the music loops.
I mean, to be fair, a casual player would get through several loops of music here.
Yeah. True.
Asriel eats way too much cake, and then he gets fat.
No 1 HP strats. I guess it probably doesn't make a difference in TAS whether you 1 HP or not.
It doesn't. Because you can just take damage this turn.
Wasn't this like
Spoiler
really
enough.
difficult to take like all the damage you needed to in time?
Not really, no. You have plenty of time.
Because you just got hit on the menu, didn't you?
Oh no,
That's
not
cool.
on the menu. After menuing.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Does that save time or
It
was it
skips a
just
turn.
funny? Wow.
Gotta do it
Yeah,
again.
it's considered the next turn. Die here, skipping the next turn, not that one you just finished. So you do it in 2 total turns, basically.
I don't know that I've actually seen this part of the TAS.
It's in the
Yeah.
True Pacifist house as well.
Oh, true. So then I probably have.
Yeah.
There's a mod that lets you see what's happening off screen there, and it's actually really cool. I think Lisa has made a boundary break now. I think maybe showed it off. I don't remember exactly, but definitely Collinator. I think Collinator did the mod, showing it off screen in the soul.
Yeah.
It's really cool, actually.
I think it's really cool how quick the menuing is. Like, Asriel doesn't appear, he doesn't even fade in all the way. It's so fast. Also, shout out to Sans Undertale.
Who?
Sans Undertale?
I don't know. I don't think Santa's in this shot. It's just a lost soul. Oh, it is Santa.
Oh, there he is.
Whoa, it's Sans! Whoa!
Never could have recognized it.
Sans jump scare. Unfortunately, Toriel is unkillable in this fight. Tragic.
Homophobia lives on.
Maybe next time.
Actually, I think, did we ever find out whether it mattered whether we did neutral first or true pacifist first?
I
Or
don't think it
excuse
did.
me, second, neutral second or true pacifist second? I don't
Good
think
question.
we did. I think we just decided to do True Pacifist last so we could have the credits.
No,
in the
I think we
tasks.
decided it didn't matter.
Yeah, I think it didn't matter, so we just put PP at the end so we could have credits.
Yeah.
So, you're saying is it would be slightly faster to do the persistence Papyrus thing.
Persistence Papyrus, I'm not familiar with that.
The thing we were talking about, the New Game Plus strat to skip the Papyrus call in that demo room.
Oh no, I don't think so.
No, because branches and stuff. Very good explanation, branches and stuff.
Oh, because we're doing 2 neutral endings.
Right.
So if we were just exiled, we
Yeah.
because we're also doing family ending. Unfortunate. But funny credits at the end is definitely worth it, I'd say.
If there was actual time save, it wouldn't be, but as far as we can tell, there isn't.
H.
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 Oh my gosh, Asfiel said hi.
Are we gonna hug the goat? Are we gonna hug the goat?
I don't know, are we?
Streamer, hug the goat.
We need to find a strat that makes hugging you go.
We do.
Definitely something we should do next. Crazy instance ID overflow.
Instance ID overflow will never be RTA viable.
Well, it will in 1 year.
Instance ID
Yeah.
overflow will never be fast. You can quote me on this. You can put it on T-shirts, and if I'm wrong, then you can make fun of me. But I'm saying
Honestly,
it now.
though, if we found a strat in like a main category that saves massive time with instance ID overflow,
We'd probably ban it, wouldn't we?
allow a mod to reach it faster, or just ban it, or put it in its own category. Allow a mod that one category.
Just wait a year, and then you get one shot.
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually, what
there's
people
no
would-
way that would ever be.
What people would probably do in that case is have like 32 instances running, so that if they get 32 shots instead of 1. Even
Oh
then,
gosh, Minecraft style.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if you did get it, it would still be incredibly inconsistent
yeah,
because you'd have to have exact execution order of it.
yeah. So we might just ban it. That's what I would do. If it were me. Yo, shoutouts to Frisk Undertale.
So true.
1 frame standing up and oh no, we
Dropping the
closed
punch
the
card
game.
for good measure.
We don't. We're going. We don't need punch.
Wait, you dropped the punch card?
Yeah.
That's really funny.
Well, I mean, we can just go back for it.
Yeah.
Pick it up off the ground.
Isn't that like a thing in Deltarune, or am I going crazy?
No.
Oh.
Vaguely sounds familiar. Definitely not Delphine.
Is it in BMP?
BNP? Sounds like something that would be in BNP.
Probably.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
sounds
might
like
be.
something that would have been in Earthbound and then put in BNP.
Yo, do we have any BNP developers in chat?
Any 35821.91ers? Oh wow, you guessed it. That's
Virith
great.
was like really close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Like
20
honestly
seconds off.
impressive.
358.41.
Yeah.
So that's
It's one digit off.
1 digit off, yeah. Oh my gosh, Luke Crummy with the gift subs. Thanks so much, Luke. Appreciate it. So don't go away. We still have the special thanks credits tasked by Blue Mushroom 64 here. So that'll be exciting once we get to it.
The one
But-
thing he tasked that didn't actually end up being removed.
Yeah.
Your inputs now. Yeah. So, final thoughts, I guess, on all major endings tasks. How we did. How it was to do it.
This was really cool, and it was a really great thing to work on for these past 18 months. I'm really glad to be able to put my name on this. It's such a cool thing, and it's been so cool working with everybody. Shoutouts to Dude5, who did so much work on this task. Who
Yeah, it's
unfortunately
unfortunate he couldn't be here, yeah.
Yeah, because he was really, really helpful to a whole bunch of stuff that just would not have been possible without him. Shout out to Colin for his work on the seed stuff. Shout out to the whole Undertale speedrunning community for all the strats that we used in this task. This is really just a community effort that's been so cool to see come together. And it's been so cool to really lead the charge on this, at least for the first half for the actual production side. Yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a blast working on this. Chair's been doing a lot of the routing and organizing everything, and that was huge. And then coming in at the end, being able to put it all together, finished product. I'm impressed, honestly, that we were able to pull it off as well as we did. This is a huge amount of work that went into this. Glad we took it over the finish line here. 'Cause,
Well, there's a saying that if you enjoy what you do, then you'll never work a day in your life, and I think that's true for this.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
Like, yeah, it was a lot of effort, but very little felt work.
yeah, especially when we're dancing around in valleys and trying to see how close we can get to bullets. There's a lot of difficult stuff, but there's a lot of fun stuff in this too.
Yeah.
If anyone's ever thinking about getting into something TASing, Undertale has a huge variety of things that can be worked on, whether you make small TASes or big TASes. Plenty of people to help get things started.
Yeah,
And
you should
if you ever
become.
need any advice on it, then the Undertale speedrunning community is the place to go.
Yeah, you should join us on the True Hundo tasks.
Yeah,
said-
we're accepting applications.
I've said before, and I'll say again: if we can get 10 people committed to work on at least one ending each, then I'll start the organization for it.
That'll be fun.
Also,
Yeah.
shout out to Luke Chromia for gifting like 1 billion subs. That's really chill.
Yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate that. All right, and we're coming up here on the special credits. So it really is special. So let's enjoy it. Yeah, even if you've never worked on TASes, it's something anyone can just jump into.
Yeah, I mean, my first time ever tassing anything was for this project right here. And yeah, it was really slow at first. Like, I saved like 30 seconds.
But like
But-
you can just revise that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely the best way to learn is to just jump into it.
Yeah, the cool thing is you can have existing tasks as a starting point, and then look at ways to improve it, or you can see if you can figure things out. It's
Yeah.
really kind of variety you have here.
Did someone seriously on the Undertale wiki say the task was easy? That's hilarious and true.
Gosh.
Like, it's one of those things where it's so funny that you're not even mad about it.
Yeah, I will say it's easy to create a task, but it's really, really difficult to create an optimal version of task or anything that approaches it.
Yeah.
Like, if you just want to task out a proof of concept or something funny to share with friends, that's once you get past Linux being difficult in general, it's pretty easy.
It's not difficult if you're already on it. Well, no, then I
Yeah.
suppose you just spread the difficulty out across your whole life instead of just
Yeah.
when you TAS.
This
So-
is the one RNG section of the credits right here. The rest synced up perfectly, but that one I had to make changes to.
So yeah, my guess, and it's really hard to do an estimate on this, but my guess is that True Hunter TAS would be about 24 hours long, maybe a little bit less. But it's really, really hard to say because there's just so much variety and so many potential new strats to be discovered. It's really hard to give an estimate that doesn't have gigantic error bars on it.
Here we have the AME TAS office. Chair, ocean bagels, full dude, and blue mushroom. It's been great, everyone.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Really cool to be able to just take this project that I've been working on for the last year and a half and just talk incessantly about it. I love it.
Yes, it's been really
Yeah.
fun, and I'm glad that we were able to premiere it like this too.
Yeah, thanks to all of you for joining us. Thanks for sticking around watching this. I think now is the time to go ahead and share the uncommentated version of the test. So go ahead and grab the link here. Chat. There you go. That is Undertale All Major Endings in 3 hours, 58 minutes, 21.91 seconds.
Honestly, I'm impressed we managed to get that fast. I remember there was like, back when we first started, there was like a debate over whether we'd hit sub 4.
Yeah, it was pretty close.
Yeah, but we did it. We hit our sub 4 target and then blasted past it by another minute.
Love to see it. All right, I think that's all I have. Anyone else has any last minute comments to make?
I think that's it for
Otherwise,
me.
I think
The Ocean Bagel?
have it as a wrap.
Yeah, I don't. Other than subscribe to Ocean Bagel, I don't have anything. I guess good night, everybody.
Good night.